assistant dean of nursing at Texas Tech Health Science Center. Yeah, and Andrea seems to love it.
Yeah, she's good.
Yeah. And she likes that people are willing to give money. Yeah, she knows the Hunt family.
You know what? She's exceptionally talented in her, yeah.
Yep. And she put on a really good 10 years of the nursing school
Like a
gala.
celebration, yeah. I think I saw that.
Yep.
So this will be the arrow keys that they'll use. They'll key it up for you.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're welcome.
Somebody's
Hello, Mr. Commissioner.
But when they tell them, don't forget to fill out the let them know. I have it is different.
Marty, how are you? Good to see you. Glad you're here.
But you're fine.
Copy of the presentation and copy of our fact sheet. Absolutely.
And then they'll come look at me and I'll say,
Yeah, you're fine though. And sometimes what they do too.
Yes.
Don't seem out of place.
No, I was looking for Fred. Can you represent me as an attorney?
Are you able to bring up agenda?
You need help with that?
No.
Okay, and then I sent you the new PowerPoint.
Okay. No, none of these are. Just open it up. He's expected. I told him this morning. Okay, I told him as much, so he knows to be here. I'll text him and see where he is. Okay, sir, here you go.
Good morning, everybody. It's 9:02 a.m. on Tuesday, June 28th, 2022. This morning, our invocation will be given by the Very Reverend John Tober from St. James Episcopal Church. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Let us pray. O Lord, our governor, bless the leaders of our land, that we may be a people at peace among ourselves and a blessing to other nations of the earth. To the president and members of the cabinet, to governors of states, chairs of county commissions, mayors of cities, and to all in administrative authority, grant wisdom and grace in the exercise of their duties. To senators and representatives and those who make our laws in states, counties, cities, and towns, give courage, wisdom, and foresight to provide for the needs of all our people and to fulfill our obligations in the community of nations. To the judges and officers of our courts, give understanding and integrity, that human rights may be safeguarded and justice served. And finally, teach our people to rely on your strength and to accept their responsibilities to their fellow citizens, that they may elect trustworthy leaders and make wise decisions for the well-being of our society, that we may serve you faithfully in our generation and honor your holy name. For yours is the kingdom, O Lord, and you are exalted as head above all. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Tober. If you all would stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Randy, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Ellens,
Is absent.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Here.
Commissioner Chaparro,
I believe she'll be joining us here shortly, but not here at this time.
Vice Chair Murillo. Present. Chair Sanchez.
Present. The commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Macias, are there any changes to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, there are no changes to the agenda, but we may be addressing an issue related to item number 9 to seek some flexibility related to that issue being addressed today.
Okay, we'll address it, I guess, when we get to that agenda.
Yes,
item.
that's fine.
Okay. All right, then we'll move on to Pet Showcase.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those that are here in the audience, the County Commission takes advantage of every meeting to promote the adoption of animals from the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley. We'll start with our cat of the week, who is Cleo. I've been with my foster mom for a few months now, and she's helped me turn from a timid kitten to a fun-loving sweetie who loves to play. While I have many toys to choose from, my favorites are the feather teaser, my ball, and my mouse. My foster mom also says that even though I'm still pretty little, I have a big purr. I've come such a long way. I know I'm ready for my forever home. That is Cleo, who's 5 months old and a domestic short hair. Our dog of the week is Carmela. I'm a very special girl. At least that's what my foster says. I'm very affectionate and love to cuddle. My foster parents call me a people dog. However, I do not like cats. So I guess we'll have to keep Carmela away from Cleo. So a dog and people household only, please. I'm positive for heartworms, but my foster has been able to fundraise for half of my treatment so far, and they're willing to help support my forever family through the rest of my treatments as well. So that is Cleo and Carmela. Carmela's 2 years old and a medium-sized dog. There's going to be an adoption event at the farmers market this coming weekend from 9 to 12. Again, on behalf of the County Commission, we encourage everyone to consider adopting a cat or a dog from the Animal Services Center. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Macias, and I'll just echo your sentiment. At the moment, the Animal Service Center of the Mesilla Valley has a huge number of animals, and we can definitely use the public's assistance. If you are considering looking for an animal, consider an adoption, as well as the many rescues we have here in Doña Ana County. So thank you, Mr. Macias. All right, then we're on to employee recognition. Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. Again, at each of its meetings, the County Commission takes advantage of recognizing employees that have met a certain milestone in their careers with the county, and we're here today to recognize 2 individuals who have contributed 20 years of public service. So if Captain Samuel Ramos can come forward, please, instead of hiding in the back and trying to avoid this process. Yeah, try to crack a smile too. Okay, yeah, thank you. Captain Ramos began employment with Doña Ana County on May the 20th of 2002 as a patrol deputy. In 2005, he became a member of the crime scene unit where he assisted in criminal investigations. He was promoted to detective within the Criminal Investigations Division in 2006, was again promoted to patrol sergeant in 2007. In 2012, Captain Ramos was assigned to the District Court Security and Transportation Division, where he managed court security deputies and personnel assignments. During his tenure there, I was also part of the court and remember Captain Ramos with only the highest level of respect for his professionalism and his ability to interact with all of the court personnel. In 2014, he became a certified crisis negotiator, helping those in law enforcement with hostage and barricaded subject situations. In 2018, he was promoted to the rank of lieutenant and assigned to the criminal division, to the patrol division, and again with the District Court Security and Transport Division. In 2020, he was promoted to the rank of captain and was assigned the duty of administrative captain. In June of 2021, Captain Ramos was assigned to supervise the Daso Patrol Division, where he currently oversees the Daso Traffic Division. He's responsible for 60 patrol deputies, 12 patrol sergeants, and 3 lieutenants. His supervisor, Major John Day, said that Captain Ramos is an innovative thinker who strives to improve the working environment on a daily basis. Captain Ramos' accomplishment that he is most proud of, and I'm surprised he's actually saying this, is his obtaining of his bachelor and master's degree in criminal justice from NMSU. I thought he was going to say convincing his wife to marry him was really his greatest achievement. And if you meet her, you'll understand why. So you're in trouble. I would not have gone with a degree. In his spare time, he enjoys researching, learning, and planting his cacti garden and watching the flowers bloom. He's a huge Phoenix Suns fan and has been a season ticket holder for 17 years. Guess we've been paying you pretty good during those 17 years. Captain Ramos acknowledges his wife and 3 daughters who have supported his career. Long work hours, lateral movements, collateral duties, advanced training, promotions, and of course, keeping him grounded. His overall professional achievement is the ability and opportunity to make a positive difference within our Sheriff's Department. He's proud to be providing service to the community for 20 years. Ladies and gentlemen, please join the County Commission in giving a very special recognition to one of our most outstanding professional employees, Captain Samuel Ramos. The plaque that we're providing to Captain Ramos in appreciation for and recognition of 20 years of dedicated service to Doña Ana County on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners and County Management, May 20th of 2002 through the 20th of May of 2022. Congratulations. Can we take some pictures?
Is that body camera?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding that the other individual or the employee that we were going to recognize was unable to be here this morning because of an emergency. So that concludes our employee recognition.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Macias. All right, then we'll move on to our public input portion of our meeting. Given the length of our agenda, we'll be doing 2 minutes today for public input. We welcome the public that have come here to speak. We ask that if you're here to speak on an agenda item, we ask that you wait until that agenda item is up for discussion. When you are coming up to speak after you're done, we ask that you fill out the book on the left, on the table on the left. And I guess I will go ahead and open up for public input. Are there members of the public that are here to provide input? Good morning, Mr. Garcia.
Good morning, Commissioners, Council Manager. On 6/18/2022, there was an excellent article in the Associated Press, and it states, quote, "Behind the raw public frustration and anger over election security that has played out this week in New Mexico was a hint of something deeper, a growing divide between the state's democratic power structure and conservative rural residents who feel their way of life is under attack. We just saw this yesterday, where the governor signed an executive order declaring New Mexico an abortion sanctuary state. The Otero County Commission voted against certification of the primary election, only to be compelled under threat of imprisonment if they fail to do what the SOS ordered them to do. Which brings in point the question that the commissioners in New Mexico, like the school board, actually represent the citizens, or do they, as long as they don't contradict what the public education department and the governor expects you to do in serving their mandates. This does not appear to be representing the citizens, and it appears that basically you serve at the pleasure of the state, and if you don't, you're out of a job. Our county clerk should hold monthly periodic town halls to increase transparency and educate our citizens, which could help answer many questions and maybe increase the terrible voter turnout in Doña Ana County. Town halls like the sheriff, and you have done, is something that we are recommending. After all, if there is nothing to hide and there is transparency, why not do so? Instead, our office continues to demonize people like myself for having the audacity to ask questions. When I asked, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Garcia, if you wouldn't mind signing the book there on your left on the table. Thank you, sir. Is there any other public input? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Joan Shearer. I've come today to speak on a subject of which I mentioned in my correspondence to you at June 13th, 2022, discussing the lack of confidence in our voting systems and requesting performance of due diligence, largely due to the machines and the lack of interest in job responsibility by our elected officials. On June 14th, Commissioner Allen spoke to my letter. He asked whether the commission even had the right to not certify the primary election results and wondered, is that possible? When asked, County Clerk Dr. Askin said she supposed it was possible, but then threatened that it would only be appealed by the Secretary of State and a higher court would just overrule. Now, this was misleading, don't you think? Jumping to her conclusions, such a statement intended to intimidate the commissioners into doing her and thus the Secretary of State's will. Puppets? I hope not. Who has the authority to administer and certify elections? The New Mexico State Constitution and the Mexico Elections Code establishes those powers to administer elections at both the state and the county levels designated by the legislature to the Secretary of State, the Board of County Commissioners, and the county clerks. You elected officials possess concurrent jurisdiction governing the overall conduct of elections to perform checks and balances with each having distinct legal roles which cannot be performed by any one party among them. While the county clerks count votes, the sheriff safeguards the delivery of election records, and you county commissioners have the exclusive responsibility to certify post-election results in the county. The Secretary of State and the Chief Elections Officer, her job is to receive the results from all counties, and then and only then, upon completing the collection of those votes, can she report those results at large. By law, those responsibilities cannot be delegated away or usurped by any other party. Know that documented demonstrations have proven the machines used in Doña Ana County are illegal and they are massively vulnerable. Do your job. Investigate going forward. I remind you that the Elections Code states that all elected officials shall treat their position as a public trust, shall use the powers and resources of public office only to advance the public interest.
And ask that you wrap it up, Ms. Chair.
Thank you. I urge you to consider who put you in office and what your responsibilities are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Raimundo Aldaz. I am from the community of Chaparral. My concern today is about the 4th of July coming up and the fireworks. That has always been a problem everywhere. And right now, we hope this weather holds the way it is to keep everything wet. But the people, I'm sure in other communities as well as ours, on the 4th of July, they go to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning with their fireworks, and that's a noise ordinance in the first place. And the danger of the fires that could start, like I said, maybe this year God is looking down on us and keeping everything wet. So that is my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salas. Good morning, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Macias, for allowing us to speak. My name is Richard Renault, a lifelong Las Cruces resident, registered professional engineer in the state of New Mexico, mechanical option. And I'm reiterating what I said here 2 weeks ago when I was recommending the Diane Yaning County Commission decline to certify the primary election of June 2020. The reason why is simple. Dominion machines are not currently certified in compliance with the New Mexico election code. And I went over my reasons why, and I sent them to you all. Now, Daniel Ivy Soto was just kind of brushing it off. Last year, a year-old certification's okay, but that doesn't fly in the world that I used to live in. I worked for 30 years at White Sands Missile Range in a testing environment. We ran temperature tests and dynamic tests, so we were very well aware of calibration, procedures, and certifications. If I ran a test like this, say a 10-day humidity test on an uncalibrated instrument, my division chief would be in my office asking, "What happened, Rick?" And you know how many answers I could have for him that were acceptable? None. We would have to take that uncalibrated, that instrument in question to the Cal lab and hope to God that it was still in calibration. That was our only way out. So anyway, regarding election system certification, I have another document here, 70 pages, 70. It's a 3-page summary with 67 pages of background, of reference. Certification for New Mexico's election system has been out of compliance since 2017. When I was here last time, we just thought it was the last 2 elections, the primary and November 21. So I will send this to Mr. Macias to distribute to you all to look at this. I don't have much, voter integrity is just not there for me. I don't have trust in New Mexico elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Werner Pfau. I'm a dual citizen of both Germany and the United States. I spent 20 years in full-time Christian ministry and currently run a small business. I'm here today for the first time to talk about my concerns regarding our elections. According to a recent Newsweek article which featured an ABC Ipsos poll, only 20% of Americans are very confident in the integrity of the U.S. election system. That's right here on Newsweek. It says further that the poll released found that only 20%, I just said that, with an additional 39% saying, in all fairness, they feel somewhat confident. The numbers are still very low. 13% of Republicans feel that way. 30% of Democrats feel that way, and 20% of independents, with an average of just over 20% of our citizens who are very confident in our election process. I learned in my research that in New Mexico, elections are both administered at a state and county level with powers delegated by the legislature to the Secretary of State, the Board of County Commissioners, and the county clerk. In other words, you have the authority when it comes to elections. You do. I agree with the statement made by our county clerk several weeks ago that vulnerabilities do not equate fraud. That is absolutely correct. However, why not go all the way and eliminate vulnerabilities altogether by following the example of other New Mexico counties who are voting against these components of our elections that constitute these vulnerabilities, why not allow the findings of the New Mexico Audit Force to be presented to this body and engage in a constructive dialogue? Why not proactively work towards restoring the public's and my trust in our elections? Why not prove us wrong by showing that we have nothing to worry about? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Mark Weems. I'm a retired professional engineer. I was born in Las Cruces and grew up in Albuquerque, graduated from New Mexico State University, and I returned back to Las Cruces to retire. I love this place. Today, I want to express my concerns regarding the current integrity of our voting systems here in Doña Cana and ask that you, the stewards of the elections, help return my confidence I had before. Let me say that the first time I ever voted was in 1972 and have voted regularly ever since with complete confidence in those who have been in charge of elections and to those who help complete the task. Until recent times, I have become more concerned about that and have watched a video depicting what appears to be a credible systems vulnerability expert named Jeff Lindbergh, who has demonstrated an ability to to insert paper ballots into an actual electronic voting machine and swap votes, all the while keeping the election stewards and the public eye in the dark. I would like to see a return to that level of confidence. Now, I would like to share with you in my profession and in work as both an engineer and manager, where we found anomalies that have occurred with tests, meters, measurements, and so forth with accuracy and certification that became questionable and had to be doubly certified and witnessed by 2 or more parties coming from both sides of the challenge. Most of the time, it was done to the reasonable satisfaction of all parties and settled out of court. Again, it is my sincere and honest desire that we can provide that level of confidence to all citizens of Doña Ana County in our voting elections. That's greatly disturbing to be a patriotic system questioning whether or not some hanky-panky is going on. Please help me with that. Thank you.
Sir, if you don't mind, excuse me, sir, if you don't mind also filling out our book for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, for your time. I am a father here with my daughter before you on her time, a veteran, detention officer who serves the public. I took a lifetime honor stepping on yellow footsteps to earn the title Marine. As proudly as I took your oath to work and serve this great community and county with you all. I adopted and still apply 2 major mission statements from the military as best as I can, being first, mission accomplishment, and 2, troop welfare. I do this with the foundation of God, country, and corps, deep in my heart equally today with my brothers and sisters, all whom range from the top rank down and still remain. We share sweat and blood together even when no one is watching, even with factors of COVID, understaffing, fatigue, but as a team, to which some things daily may even become unreasonable. However, in my career, troop welfare does not always appear encouraged. Even with small hirings commence, efficiency for all come to question with fleeing veteran officers, placing safety at most crucial times, proficiency. Now, however it comes that I ask, where is the troop welfare? I do pray to the Father Almighty, my words will not fall on deaf ears. I still place my faith in you all before me. With today's change is not just fair, but adequate wages and affordable health care, which is needed. Again, retention, expand further with sergeants. A backbone as well in the military is here to delegate their leadership from those lieutenants. A great county to represent, perhaps a business also, but first we are all together a community. Pay it forward to secure staff, provide safety, good working conditions, for I give all I can to you all in this community. I don't think what I ask is unrealistic, for I place my life daily with these citizens I call family and a home. Of course, I'm proud of what I do for Doña Ana County, not looking for a pat on the back, but the things important to us all in our own careers. Our department at times together may be commented on, but important and equal alongside everyone. Thank you very much. I know we're indoors, but I still render my salute to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is David McDaniel. I wanted to read you one verse out of the Bible as a follower of Jesus. And do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, so that you may prove what the will of God is, that which is good and acceptable and perfect. And as I know I am not perfect, and no one in this room I feel is, I just want you to consider all decisions you make today within resolutions and things that are going on that I've seen on the agenda. Also want to talk about a little bit about the election part. Everybody's involved. Biggest thing is, I guess we've been thrown at the big lie, misinformed citizens, misinformation. And we're bringing proof within the New Mexico state laws, just going with NMSA 11012, where our ballots are not numbered. SOS has to do that. And that's up to them to do this. If you had your ballots numbered when you go in to use the e-poll books, you would be able to find your ballot and know that you voted correctly. Reason why? E-poll books, you go in, you give your name, they know you, they ask for your address, you have that. They know what precinct, they know what time, they know which vote went in. So when you come to all that, if they were numbered and you wanted to find if your vote was correctly put into the system, you could find it because they know all that. It's in a box down at the county warehouse, and you could pull that box, find that number, and know your vote was done. It doesn't happen. We know this for a fact. We just want help to clean up things that bother us. And if we're more transparent and can be listened to a little more, we would love it, and we'd walk away happy. Have a great day.
Thank you. Right. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Alex Segura. I also represent the detention center with the rank of sergeant, okay? We have a motto that we have good faith, good intentions. Does this motto apply towards us, or is it something that we have to abide as employees only? If you ask me, it should apply to everyone, but that's not always the truth. In the last 3 years, we have not promoted any officer to the rank of sergeant, even though 5 have passed every single requisition to be promoted, but never were. Why is that? Well, why they didn't promote? We never got an answer, nor did they. Ever since then, we've had 6 or 7 lieutenants promote, leaving 11 or 12 vacant sergeant positions still to be filled. Not once have we been told it's been posted in the past 3-4 years, leaving our numbers for the union down, which for me, I think they're trying to dismantle the union. Personally, that's my personal opinion. I'm asking here to you guys to look into this and ask the same questions we have and help you guys get a straight answer, not get the runaround like we have by saying, we don't know, there's not enough funds, or whatever the reason is. We've always been given the runaround no matter what. Lastly, we have lost numerous of good employees to other agencies because either lack of advancement, again, promotion, or competitive pay. This is where I ask you where the good faith, good intentions are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Lori Diaz. I'm also a detention officer, Doña Ana County Detention Center. I'm here today to ask for all of you to take a deep look into what's going on at the detention center. The staffing is all-time low. This is a huge safety issue for everyone, and when I say everyone, I mean everyone. The safety of the staff, the safety of the detainees, and those of the community. We as the staff members who are also part of the community would like to say here today that we're not being heard at the detention center. The administration had tried to make some changes to help, but to no avail. What the county gave us as a solution has not made any changes to our staffing situation. With the shortage of staff, we have increased our daily duties. What one officer would do, we have one officer doing the duties of 3. This strain that is put on the officer is not only physically, emotionally, and mentally completely outrageous. These situations also have to put in strain this situation has also put a strain on our families. With the number of officers right now at the detention center, these officers have been doing it through the rough times with the shortage of staff and through the pandemic and having to worry about the safety of themselves and others. The situation that we've had here today that we tell you that we're no longer going to go unheard. The situation that we have been through the last 3 years is uncalled for, and we need to be heard and helped. We have seen that the starting pay for some of the county hourly employees were raised, and our starting officers are 21 cents higher than that. So you tell me if you come and work one whole shift with us, if you would stay for 21 cents more than what an hourly other county employee would get paid. We also have a response team. How can we utilize our response team when we also when they're on staff already doing their duties? I'm going to wrap it up and just say, I hope you all take time to listen to us, get to know us, and come ask us questions. I thank you for your time, and have a good day.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Esteemed Commissioners, I am Officer Loya, a veteran of almost 20 years of service at the Doña Ana County Detention Center. I come before you hopefully to make you aware of the dire need that we find ourselves in, and a solution that appears to continue to go ignored. Our staff members have continued to decline even prior to the pandemic. Hiring staff and promoting officers to sergeants had been halted until recently, or so we're told. We remain at dangerously low numbers, and each day becomes more critical at the point that we have had to do complete facility lockdowns for the safety of the inmates and officers, and ultimately the community in general. Excuse me. Yeah, we continue to show up knowing full well that this puts us all at high risk for injury or possibly death. We need your understanding and help in this matter. Our lives and the well-being of our families ultimately rest in your hands. The solution, we need more staff. We also need to be able to keep the staff that we have from leaving to other agencies or to other professions. Jobs where the entry pay is comparable or better than the one that our detention center offers without the inherited dangers. Not many people would choose to work in my environment, while there are other jobs that pay the same or better wages without having to deal with death threats, bodily fluids thrown at you, physical incidents, or the many other dangers that we face daily. We have to offer better starting wages than the rest of the city of Las Cruces offers for regular, everyday jobs. In my almost 20 years of loyal service to the community of Doña Ana County, I have never seen it this bad, but knew this day would come. Wages go up for different county employees. Even our county manager has seen a considerable wage increase, except us. The excuse has always been that there is no money for better wages, and that the wage increase we do get, we have to negotiate through our union. The problem is that no matter how hard those wages are negotiated for, the answer from the county has always been, no, can't do better than less than a cost of living increase. Oh, and by the way, your insurance rates will go up higher again this year, and it will now cover less and with higher copays.
If you wouldn't mind wrapping it up, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
I was paraphrasing that, but in closing, we desperately need your help. I would like to thank you for your time and for your consideration on this plea.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to share 2 points that come straight from our Secretary of State's website. And it says, New Mexico works with other state government partners to ensure the integrity of our voter rolls. And point number 2, we collaborate with other states via our membership in the Electronic Registration Information Center, or ERIC, in order to verify our voter rolls across state lines. My question to you is, why do we need to collaborate with other states to ensure our voter rolls? And to me, that casts further doubt in the integrity of our elections. So you sitting before me, if you feel like we need to make a change there, or those of you sitting behind me feel like we need to make a change to that, please let me know. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, sir, you didn't state your name at the microphone.
My name is James Mays.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Good morning.
I'm Katrina Valerio. I'm a resident of Chaparral and board member of CCDA. I was a stay-home parent for 25 years, and I was abandoned 7 years ago with my son. And since then, I've been fighting to survive. And he abandoned everything, the property, us, did not take responsibility. And one of my biggest problems, and I'm not sure who to address this to, but I'm going to bring it up here, is car insurance. On the car insurance in New Mexico, it has said that you have to keep your spouse on the insurance. Well, I did find an insurance company that allowed me not to have him on there. But from that, my insurance rate has not come down. They told me the only way I could get him off of there is if I had a legal separation notice or a divorce decree. Well, because he doesn't speak to me and he hit the dark side, I'm still looking to financially get to legal situations to resolve for my situation. So if there's a way somehow that we can change that without having to have our spouse listed on the car insurance, that would be great. Thank you.
Ma'am, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Commissioner Chaparro?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, ma'am.
Katrina Valerio?
Valerio, thank you.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Joel Villarreal. I'm a staff representative representing our detention center officers here. I'm here specifically to ask you all to please reconsider either increasing the appropriation for our wages here within Doña Ana County, or to look at reallocating the wages to actually meet the needs that we have here. As you've heard from our people, the strategy that is happening here is just not working in order to recruit the people that we need. We understand that there has been several measures that have been done to try to help out. We see that there is one on the agenda today, right? I think for us, it's just important for you all to know, because I know sometimes our message may not be getting across, but the hiring strategy is not working. The way it's currently being promoted is that what we're supposed to be doing is trying to compete against other people to get highly skilled, well-experienced people to come into the detention center. The thing is, it takes about 11 years for us to get to the point to where we're at a starting wage with Southern Correctional Facility, right? Our main competitor here. It's extremely uncompetitive at the beginning level here within Doña Ana County, and that's what we're asking for, is it's got to be able to meet the moment, right? We've got to be able to say, hey, if someone's coming here to work here, they can stay here. The fact that they're hoping that someone's going to come here that's more experienced is just not going to happen, right? We need to realize that this is one of the few jobs that people have where they can come out of school, they can come fresh out of the military and establish a career, right? The hope that someone's going to come here with 20 years of experience, and honestly, the fact that the county's willing to spend money on that to pay someone 20 years worth of time rather than to put it into developing leadership, right? My belief has always been that leaders are developed. You don't have to find them out there. A good leader will develop good leaders, and we would ask you all to please reconsider the reallocation of funds to be able to concentrate towards those new hires that we need to be able to meet the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Villarreal, if you wouldn't mind signing the book. Thank you, Mr. Villarreal. Okay, is there any additional public input?
Good morning, Chair.
Mr. Wendler.
Commissioners. My name is Charles Wendler. I came here this morning not knowing I was going to speak, but I've been prompted to do so. I'd like very much to share some information with you, some facts. This county clerk's office a few short years ago, you can do the research, did a very great thing. They created a election advisory council or committee. I was very, very honored to be a part of that committee. And furthermore, I was further honored to be elected as a chairperson of that committee. We started in as me as chair. It's not about me, but the group, after having elected me as a chair, we had a couple monthly meetings. I was able to speak with the county clerk at that time and the assistants, et cetera, and it looked like we were kind of going the right way, in my humble opinion, in the committee's opinion. No one had gotten me out of there yet. We went down to the farmers market, attempted to get people to understand their rights to vote and to sign up, so on and so on. So we got the ball rolling, so to speak. Well, after a couple months, we were engaged in starting the meeting. The county clerk came in and sat down and said, we're going to put this committee on the hiatus, using that word. And I'm saying, well, what do you mean? No forewarning or anything about anything. Did we do something wrong? Did I do something wrong? What's going on here? We're still on the hiatus status to this day. I'm befuddled, surprised, and extremely saddened when we have, 16.4% voting turnout this last primary election? That means that we're having, say, around 80 people that don't go and vote, and we have a passion to get people out to vote. That was in compliance with what the county clerk's office was attempting to do. I don't understand this. It is really befuddling and so saddening. In a representative constitutional form of government, don't you want to get the yes or no? I would urge you to do what you can about that. Thank you very much for listening. God bless you all.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lawrence Schoonover, and I'm with the My name is Lawrence Schoonover, and I'm with Health Action New Mexico. And I was born and raised in La Mesa, New Mexico, a graduate of Gadsden, and attended NMSU. And I'm here today for Health Action New Mexico. We are doing a project with broadband, informing the rural areas where we are, what's out there. I know there's a lot of funding. And so we're looking for information on the Borderplex. We did write an email to Mr. Macias, and he did respond, but I guess there's still not any information, and that's basically why I'm here. And also my coworker, Cecilia, is also here, and she'll be approaching. That's basically all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. If you don't mind signing the book, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mark Veith. I'm a retired federal agent. I did some excessive campaigning for sheriff. And in my campaigning, the people that I came across told me they were going to vote for Fritz, they were going to vote for Chavez. One person said they were going to vote for Stewart. Stewart spent $200 for her campaign. Fritz spent almost $38,000 for his campaign. Somebody that only spends $200 for their campaign is telling me they don't want to win, or the other option is they know they've got it in the bag. We
Sorry,
need
ma'am,
to
sorry.
We need to get rid of these drop boxes that you can fill up all the way to the slot with absentee ballots that most likely aren't yours, and we need to get rid of the machines. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I ask of the public that while someone is speaking, please allow them to speak. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public here for public input? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lucy Garcia, and I wasn't going to talk, but I just like to give a message to the people out there. Obviously, our elections are having consequences, and for the past 3 years, we've seen a lot of problems in our city, in our state. The crime has gone up. Our families have fallen victim to a lot of crime. We have family that work at the borders, friends. We're being invaded. 170,000+ people last year. Who's paying for those? The taxpayers are paying for those. And yet we have all these people, our detention, people that just come up, our officers, our police officers. We're lacking in all our system that's obviously falling apart. And then our elections. My husband and I have worked with candidates just like the last person that spoke. And we've walked, we've put money, we've done all this, and they've lost. There's something going on here. The people are going to have to stand up. I used to be a Democrat, then I became a Republican, and now I've even seen shenanigans with the Republican Party. Something's going on. We need an investigation, and you all don't want the people to stand up and get angry. We all need to work together to take care of this problem. It's a problem. We're falling victims. It's affecting all of us. It's affecting our health care. I just saw a lady come across and she was in the news and she said that she was coming because she needed help and her daughter needed an operation. I know a lot of elderly that need operations that can't afford it. We need to start taking care of our people before we start taking care of the rest of the world. And you all need to start listening because you know what? You don't want people to start getting angry. I'm angry and I'm peaceful, but I want it to stay that way. Thank you. God bless you. And I pray for America.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you wouldn't mind saying the book, thank you. Any additional public input?
My name is Bernie Digman. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here to address the Christo-fascism that we're starting to see around here. You've heard a lot of unsubstantiated attacks on our county clerk, our election workers. It's like throwing spaghetti against the wall. There's no evidence behind it. It's the same nonsense that has been debunked, tossed out of federal courts over 62 times now. Every time I show up, there's another 2 or 3 cases that have been thrown out of court. And I applaud you for holding the line, trusting in your county clerk and her honorable and decent and respectable staff who are doing their jobs in the face of this incessant harassment and these unfounded charges and this continued attempt to delegitimize honest elections. And I would ask you to continue to hold the line against this stuff. It has no business in our community. It has no business in our democracy. And it's up to you.
Please, I've asked you from the public to please be respectful of the speaker. If there's any other outbursts, I'll ask the security to start removing people. Thank you.
Thank you. So I appreciate all of your efforts to hold the line, and I would encourage you to do the same. And don't be intimidated. There's not one of these people in here that intimidate me, I'll assure you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. My name is Lisa Parrott, and I too did not intend to speak today, but I felt I need to. We are here for truth. We aren't here to intimidate people. We don't operate that way. We want to see a free and fair election where everyone knows that they have one vote and their one vote counts. And I'm sorry if that intimidates anybody. It shouldn't. And we just would like to see the truth come out. And we think the more clear and transparent we are, the better off everyone will be. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Any last members of the public for public input? All right. Thank you all for those that had spoke today. I appreciate you providing input. All right, move on to our staff input portion of our meeting. Mr. Macias, is there any staff input?
There are a few items, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Mr. Lopez. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Once again, we would like to start off the public or the staff input section with recognizing a community partner that has helped us get through the COVID pandemic. And with that, we'll start the video.
This week, Doña County salutes key partners in service for their efforts during the COVID-19 pandemic. New Mexico Department of Health staff. The public health staff in the state has provided an average of 15.9% of all vaccinations in New Mexico. In Doña County, however, the public health effort has been much greater, with an estimated 40% of all vaccinations given in the county being tied to the Southwest Region Department of Health team. They have held vaccination points of distribution, served as a hub for vaccine storage and delivery, coordinated and trained outside resources, and provided data and statistics to guide decision-making. Their nursing staff continue to assist other vaccine providers daily. Doña County salutes the New Mexico Department of Health. Thank you for your commitment to protecting the county residents and for your ongoing efforts to educate and ensure better health outcomes.
So, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, here within what's called the Southwest region of the Public Health Office, the coordination has been absolutely stellar, and I can state with absolute confidence that is not what our counterparts in emergency management have seen in other parts of the state. The cooperation and the coordination with our local public health team has absolutely been outstanding. It has been a true partnership, and it is greatly appreciated, which is why we wanted to recognize them as this week's public health partner. And in anticipation of Commissioner Ellen's asking, the update on our hospital data is that over the last 7 days, based on CDC reports through Saturday, we had only 6 hospital admissions for COVID-19 throughout Doña County. So holding that trend very, very well, less than 1 per day. Only 0.7% of total hospital beds are being utilized by COVID-19 patients in Doña County. Our ICU beds are up just a little bit from previous weeks. We're now at 2.4% of our ICU beds in use by COVID-19 patients. And even though that's up a little bit, that is still a really, really good place, showing that the efforts of our citizens here in Doña County who have been vaccinated, with adults over 99% now, and our medical community have really made a difference in reducing that workload on our healthcare system. So thank you very much, and I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Are there any questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lopez, listen, I want to thank you first, and secondly, all the members of our community and all the health organizations that have pulled together in order to address our COVID crisis. And I have to say that we have been an exemplary example in this state of a community that's actually pulled together to work on this and make this as safe as possible. I can't say enough about what we've done in this community and how proud I am of everybody and every citizen who's participated. 99% participation, even at one vaccine, is still huge and leads everyone in the state and probably many people in the United States. And that's why our numbers are low, and we really appreciate it. Thank you. And thank everyone again here.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions for Mr. Lopez? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Morning, Ms. Skipper.
Good morning, Commissioner. I am here today to share some good news. On November 19th last year, my name is Anita Skipper. I'm the Public Information Officer for Doña Ana County. On November 19th last year, we broke ground for the first of its kind in southern New Mexico. That's the BMX pump track in Chaparral. And I am excited to share that we will be having a dedication of that park. The community was really excited when we announced it, and we are glad to say that it is officially open, and we will have that dedication on Thursday, June 30th. So we're inviting the public out, Thursday, June 30th, and it will be at the Dolores Wright Memorial Park. That's at 400 East Lisa Drive. The event will take place between 10:30 and 1 p.m. We're inviting the community to come out, bring their families, bring your bikes, of course, wear your helmets, your knee pads, or whatever you need. We will provide free hot dogs, hamburgers, ice cream, and water. We know it's hot, so please prepare for that. But we would definitely welcome the community to help us celebrate, again, something that is new to southern New Mexico. So everybody around from El Paso, all over the county is excited about the opening. And you are free to bring mountain bikes, skateboards, rollerblades. They are all appropriate for this park. So we hope you'll join us on Thursday, June 30th.
Awesome.
All right.
Before you go, I didn't know, Commissioners, I don't know if there's any questions for Ms. Skipper?
Oh, any questions? Are you bringing your bikes?
Thank you. And by the way, congratulations on the release of the new county website. I know you demoed it at the last BOCC meeting, so we're excited to see that out there. It looks amazing. So congratulations on all the work, and thank you for all the efforts.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that there is one last item. Let me ask our IT people in the back to bring up the capital improvement project review. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to get a little bit of an early preview. At the next meeting, you're going to be dealing with our capital improvement projects to basically adopt the list and priorities. But I did want to take a few minutes to discuss some of the challenges that are facing Doña Ana County in terms of addressing some of the capital needs throughout the county. The document that I'm going to review with you, it's just a 2-page document. It is not in any priority. Basically, it's listed from probably what is the highest cost to the lower cost. So if I can go to the next page. So these are some of the challenges that we're going to have to deal with this coming year. We are looking and have a constitutional responsibility to basically expand the courthouse in order to be able to accommodate additional judges. There is a capacity that has been reached, a complete capacity in the existing building. Again, you're going to have a presentation related in more detail, but the potential cost for the full expansion, and it's a 2-court expansion, basically is at $9.2 million. The commission has been very supportive up to this point and has basically put into the budget $681,000 for architectural and engineering. Obviously, this will be a potential priority at the next legislative session to see what kind of support we can receive there. We're trying to put together a new Office of Emergency Management based on what we have seen over the course of the next 3 years, an expanded opportunity in a more coordinated fashion of dealing with emergencies in the community. That price tag is about $8.5 million. So far, the commission itself has made a commitment of $480,000 in order to begin the design of the facility. And there is a federal allotment that will be coming to the county of $1.5 million. But it shows you that we still have a potential deficit of $7 million. Desert Wind Way, that is probably one of the more transformative undertakings, and I know that people don't necessarily associate that with road development, but this is the potential for a parallel to Highway 70. It would create a tie-in to the Doñana interchange. It would run up all the way up, nearly all the way up the East Mesa. It would allow people to be able to access the interstate at a faster note. We have an item on the agenda today. But ultimately, that price tag for that development is $8.5 million. It has a lot of support from the city because it, again, is the potential for relieving traffic related to all of the development that's occurring. Branham Diversion Channel already has a substantial level of funding. This is the major project that the county is undertaking in order to relieve flooding on the East Mesa. But in spite of all of the money that has already been accumulated, we still may be short. I know that we're showing $8 million, but at a minimum, $5 million, but potentially all the way up to $8 million. We have energy and efficiency upgrades related to the majority of the buildings that are owned by the county. That conservatively carries a $7.5 million price tag. And although there have been millions and millions of dollars that have been put in through legislative appropriations, through funding from the Colonia Trust Fund into the South Central wastewater system, as well as the Chaparral wastewater system as well, but we're still looking in terms of those systems for improvements at a minimum of about $5.6 million. Spring Canyon Road, in spite of the effort, 20 years of effort to address flooding in the Hatch area, we have a substantial amount of money, but because of the federal demand to redesign certain components, we're still potentially short as much as $5.6 million. The county has, I don't want to exaggerate it, it's kind of the biggest overall road funding effort that has occurred over the last 3 years. The county has committed $20 million to try to improve roads throughout the county, including some of those that add to the flow, improve the flow of traffic in colonias. But in order to come forward with a new effort for road improvements throughout the county, we're looking at a minimum of about $5.5 million. The new election warehouse, and again, this isn't by priority, it's just based on the potential amount of cost. This cost could be anywhere from $4 to $5 million. And due to the efforts of the clerk, certainly we've received $1.7 million, but we still potentially could be as much as $3 to $4 million short in terms of completing that project. The La Union flood project, and I'm sorry that it wasn't, the thought there wasn't completed, although we have $1.5 million to begin design land acquisition to the final solution to the La Union area. The actual construction of the flood project, we're still potentially at a $5 million deficit. Even the McNutt Gardner Dam, which is south of La Union, received $3.5 million in funding out of this past legislative session. There's still $2 million worth of structural improvements in that area, flood devices in that area, in order to ensure a security related to potential flooding in the area. We're also being asked to contribute potentially $250,000 for a purchase of an existing building in Hatch in order to coordinate with food distribution. We had looked at the potential and had discussions about some level of commitment to especially Memorial Medical Center. The building is extremely old, We had been looking, they bore the brunt of COVID treatment during the pandemic. We had been having some discussion of some commitment to upgrade those emergency or intensive care facilities, or even just replacement of elevators that would improve the flow of people going into the hospital. This is only a portion of the overall capital improvement plans. Even this alone is over $79 million. So I just wanted to have an opportunity to show the Commission kind of the different areas that are being worked on as we go forward, because these are needs throughout the community. And again, I want to stress this is only probably those that have a more substantial price tag to them. There's all kinds of projects, other capital improvement projects that will appear on a list that will be provided to you at the next meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was
Thank
just
you,
a
Mr.
preview.
Macias. And I just had a question. I thought if
Certainly.
it's going to be on our next meeting, would we want to, I guess, when we look at that agenda, make sure that we allow time for the rest of the BOCC to provide input on maybe what, when we look at it, understanding what the priorities are, so that when we can look at that with our existing capital outlay going into our next legislative session and also ARPA?
All of that will be part of that discussion. I'm not sure that the ARPA will be blended in, but certainly we'll have a presentation related to the request and the prioritization of the projects. And some of these that are here are on the top 10 of the priorities on the capital improvement plan that will be presented to you.
Okay. I just want to make sure that if we feel like there's going to be enough time in that agenda, if not, perhaps that might be an opportunity for us to possibly even look at a work session just specifically to go through that and not have anything else on the agenda, but I know we can discuss that.
And based on what I'm looking at on the agenda, I believe that this topic can certainly be accommodated there, although I'm sure there'll be some discussion.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you. Looking at this list and listening to what your discussion about it, I think there's a lot of more detail in this than we're being presented now. And I agree with Chair Sanchez, it might be better to get a better definition of a lot of these things, break them out. You've got three things identified under one item. You said there's a lot of things that need to be done at the community hospital upgrades. It's $10 million. I think in order for us to adequately understand this, I think we need to have a working session just to see some detail behind this. Because generally when things are this much, and these items are this much, we're talking about this much money, we need to have some sort of phased approach and maybe look at multiple avenues of accessing funds. And so I think just to say we're going to talk about this at this level is insufficient for me to have a good understanding of what we're talking about.
Again, Mr. Chairman, this isn't an item on the agenda. It's just an early preview, just so that you can kind of see the sums of money that would be involved in completing certain projects. This wasn't intended to have any depth other than an early preview.
Okay.
But you'll have that depth with the document that you'll be receiving shortly.
And Mr. Chair, still looking at this kind of money and looking at this kind of budgeting, which we know we can't do in over 1 year, this appears to me to be more like a long-term investment and a discussion that's going to take more than what time we normally have at one of these meetings to apply to something like this. So I agree with you that we should probably look at a work session of some sort, at least to discuss this before we bring it before the board for any kind of decisions. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Chaparro?
I also agree with you, Mr. Chairman, and with Commissioner Reynolds. I would really appreciate a work session regarding the budget. I think we're looking at so many projects that are being requested at this time, and to gain a better understanding of what is needed for this project would be advantageous for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Mr. Macias, maybe we can take that offline and see if we want to schedule that like a work session specifically around maybe ICIP and budget, just so that way we can get into all the details and not have to worry about any other business that we might have to attend to. So we can take that offline, but I think
Certainly,
that might be the direction we
if
want
it
to go.
appears that there are too many items on the agenda, we could probably have a work session that same afternoon.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And that completes staff input, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we'll move on to county elected officials input. Dr. Eskin. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez. Good morning, Commission. Good to see you all. I wanted to touch base just real quickly to, again, extend my thank you to all of you for, basically being so supportive of elections in Doña Ana County. I have been asked many times in the last year, but specifically even in the past several months, if I'm okay. Does this bother me? The discussions about the potential nefarious actions or activities. And I will say that the most distressing thing for me is the damage it is doing to faith in our elections. The irony that we are saying things like there's no faith in elections and then turning around and saying you should have no faith in elections does not, I definitely can see the push and pull between those two things. I will say, additionally, I believe we probably all vote in here. I'm hoping we all do. I know you all do. You are elected officials. And when we talk about the narrative connected to elections, I don't necessarily worry about whether you have faith in elections. I think you do. I think most people do. I do work for the community. I do work for my constituents. And the overwhelming support and response that I've gotten from the community has been tenfold of what the not support is, I will say. So in talking about faith in elections, when I say I don't worry about whether you're voting, what I worry about is people who are on the fence about participating. I worry about people who want to participate, want to make a difference, has heard that voting is important, and maybe even starts to feel passionately about a topic that they want change in. But they're in a gray area. They're on the fence. And then what they hear is, your vote doesn't count. There's something wrong in the machines. Something is a myth, without any kind of evidence to prove it, and then they don't participate. That is where my deep concern lies, for sure. When I've asked also, how are you okay? Luckily, I don't take this personally. This isn't about me. This is about elections. And I have done my due diligence in the last year and a half since I've been clerk and to look at every single aspect of our elections because I wanted to understand and learn and continue to be impressed with the checks and balances we have in place, not just at the local level, but at the statewide level as well. I also wanted to, leaving that topic and on to the next one, I worked really hard this past session to connect with our legislators and discuss the clerk's office need for its own warehouse. There's many different reasons. I've emailed you about it extensively, but ultimately almost getting $2 million to complete that project or to begin that project, I think was a win for Doña Ana County. And what I'm hoping is that we can, shore up that shortfall and work towards getting that. Our community deserves basically a newer option, a better option for our warehouse, and we have grown out of it. We have, there's challenges within it. We're great, it's secure, I'm happy we have a warehouse, but I do think that the belief that the legislators had and all of the totality of information given to them connected to the warehouse made a good case for it, and I'm hoping that that is something that you will support moving forward. So thank you so much, and you have any questions before I?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any questions for Dr. Eskin?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds, we'll go Commissioner Reynolds, then Commissioner Allens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Clerk, I want to say first that I am so proud of the work that your staff does, you and your staff, and I know the dedication that they do and the effort that they put in to try to make sure that every T is crossed, every I is dotted in order to ensure that we have a free and fair election and all the ballots are counted correctly. I've seen the results of that, not from our elections, but just in watching it over the last 4 or 5 years, myself on this bench. and I can tell you that I have complete faith in what you guys have done. Second thing I'd like to say is, last week when we were doing the canvassing and I was trying to get on the phone and provide my vote, I was not heard, but I want to let the record show that I did in fact vote in favor of approving the canvassing of the votes last week, even though I couldn't be heard over the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Allens.
Mr. Chairman, what are the shortcomings of the current warehouse?
So we need more space. That is, we are having to, during times in which we need to convene our absentee board, we're having to move machines to make room. We have additional space that we got a couple of years ago, but even that is not sufficient. Additionally, we're having more members of the public in our warehouse, and there's just not room. There's just not space for them. The parking lot continues to be an issue. And add to the fact that, we've been paying nearly $6,000 a month for many, many years. And from my perspective, I believe that the county can invest in something that they can own for the money that we pay.
We had looked at the possibility of creating a warehouse about 2 blocks away. Is that site still under consideration?
No, sir. Last year, I did identify an area that is relatively close, probably very similar distance from our building here to our current warehouse, because we did want it to stay within a mile or 2 radius just for convenience, et cetera. But that particular area that you're connected to, we have not considered anything a block or 2 away from the warehouse. And we're open to that, though. We've not purchased at this point any land. So if you're aware of an opportunity, I would be more than happy to hear about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Dr. Askin, what area are you looking at for this proposed warehouse?
There's an area of land that we looked at, and again, in looking at the commercial and the land available kind of within a mile or 2 of the county building was very slim picking, so to speak. So a little bit east of where Burn Lake is, I would say northeast, there's a parcel of 6 acres, and we've identified 2 that we think would be sufficient for our building and our needs. And that was included in the documents sent not only to you last year, but also to the legislative body. But I'd be happy to send that, Commissioner Chaparro, for your review, and so you can get an idea of where that would be. Thank you. You're welcome.
Commissioner Allens.
The location I'm referring to is an existing building which needed refitting rather than construction from the ground up. Have you looked at that one?
Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Ellens, I am not aware of a current vacant building or anything that the size that we need available currently in the area.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll
Please
talk
do.
to you about it.
Please do. Thank you.
Any last questions for Dr. Askin? All right,
I just do, Mr. Chair.
Madam Vice Chair.
Dr. Askin, you are doing a good job, and I've seen the staff is doing an excellent job. So that's my.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
All right,
Thank you,
thank
Dr. Clark. Dr. Askin, sorry. Any additional county elected officials input? Seeing none, then we'll move on to commission input. So any input from the commission at this time? Okay. Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you. As I mentioned about last week, I had trouble being heard over the phone because I could hear the commission, but I couldn't actually be heard in the commission chambers. I'd also like the record to reflect that on item 16, proclamation to declaring severe to extreme drought conditions and imposing firework restrictions. I also wasn't able to have my vote registered for that, and my vote was actually yes to that as well. Just for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other input?
Mr. Chair, I just
Commissioner
wanted
Chabot?
to note for the record that I'm present for the meeting. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Well, seeing no other input at this time, then we'll move on to our agenda item number 1, which is the meeting minutes of June 14th, 2022. Now, I know, Mr. Macias, I know Commissioner Reynolds had indicated what he would have voted had he been heard on the record. Do we need to make any amendments to our meeting minutes?
Mr. Chairman, if it reflects that Commissioner Reynolds, I'm trying to look at the, because I know that we certainly heard him on some of these topics, but if he's indicating that where there is a reflection that he was absent, and I'm assuming it's item 16, there's another item 17, the final plat for the Melodies subdivision. I think all you have to do is to amend this, the minutes, so that it reflects the vote position that Commissioner Reynolds is reflecting, because he certainly was participating in the meeting.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, there's a document the canvassing document, once approved, has to be sent up to the Secretary of State, which has already been done, and it did reflect that I was absent. So is there something else we need to do because of that?
That document has already been accepted, is on file with the Secretary of State's office. I don't believe that there's anything to do in changing that, but certainly within the context of the meeting, you certainly can have it amended to reflect what your vote was at the time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just don't think we have authority to make any changes to documents that have already been sent out and accepted by another entity.
Yeah, that's my thought as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But certainly I see 16 and 17. Commissioner Reynolds has already addressed 16, so all it would be is a motion to amend the minutes so that it reflects his affirmative vote on item 16. I don't know, I haven't, Commissioner Reynolds, I'm not sure. On item number 17, it reflects you being absent as well.
Mr. Chair.
And actually, item number 15.
Yeah, Mr. Macias, I don't believe I was on the line at that time. So,
All right.
But, okay, but
So,
items,
Mr.
item
Chairman,
16
I would just encourage
canvas.
Commissioner Reynolds to move to amend the minutes as submitted so that item number 15, which does reflect the canvassing board and the acceptance of the results, as well as item number 16, which is the drought proclamation, that the absences be eliminated and that the reflection of yes, the vote of yes on both item 15 and 16. I think that's all that's necessary.
Okay.
And then Brandy can make the changes.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to amend the minutes to reflect that on items 15 and 16, where it says absent, that I was actually present, but my vote wasn't heard. I'd like to change that to a yes.
Okay, so so before you have, I guess, before we have that motion to amend, I think we need a motion to consider, for consideration for the
You're
minutes.
right, we do.
Okay, so if you won't mind, I guess, withdrawing your motion.
I withdraw my motion. I do make a motion that we approve the regular board county commission meetings from last week.
All right, thank you. We got a motion to approve the minutes. Second by Commissioner Ellens. Okay, Commissioner Reynolds, would you like to make your motion of amendment?
Yes, sir, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to amend the minutes to reflect on items 15 and 16 that my vote was yes.
Okay. There's a motion for amendment to the minutes. Sorry, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Chaparro. Any discussion or input? All right. Brandy, will you call the roll on the amendment to agenda item number 1 to the minutes?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. So the meeting minutes from June 14, 2022 are approved. The amendment is approved. Commissioner Reynolds, did you have additional input?
Can finish that.
Oh, I was going to say, so we're now back on consideration of the meeting minutes as amended.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there any input on the meeting minutes as amended? Randy, will you call the roll on the meeting minutes as amended?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, the meeting minutes are approved. All right, we're on to agenda item number 2, which is a proclamation supporting Pride Month in Doña Ana County. If I can get a motion and a second for approval.
Mr. Chair.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Allen, sorry. Commissioner
Second.
Reynolds. Seconded by Commissioner Chaparro. Sorry, Commissioner Reynolds,
That's okay. While we were still on the minutes, there's another minute that from the previous week that is incorrect. It has a spelling error. Do we want to address that now or another item?
very quickly, if you wouldn't mind, we'll let Brandy know what that change is.
Yeah, actually on page, let me get it here. Item number 11, okay, of the meeting previous to this one, which was 5:10, I think it was. Anyway, in item number 11, the motion to amend the preliminary budget to increase the budget by $50,000 for Mavida. It says La Vida, like La Vida Loca. So, and so you want to change that from La Vida to Mavida. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. Sorry for the interruption.
No problem. I do think that's a catchier name from Avita, but all right. So we're now back on to agenda item number 2. We have a motion by Commissioner Allens, seconded by Commissioner Chaparro. So, Commissioner Allens, I will turn the floor over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a longtime supporter of same-sex marriage, I'm honored to be able to sponsor this proclamation this morning. Pride Month is an evolution of the efforts made years ago to clarify the issue of and legality of same-sex marriage in New Mexico. Prior to 2013, the state was in limbo, unwilling to explicitly ban same-sex marriage or approve it. At that time, I was the county clerk, and I decided to move the conversation forward by using my authority to issue licenses to same-sex individuals who wanted to marry. This was not about making history, but simply doing what I thought was right, fair, and constitutional. As you can imagine, this was not a popular decision among all of my peers across the 32 other counties. But today I am proud to say that those of us who were in favor of issuing the licenses were on the right side of history. We must continue to fight for the right to love whomever we choose, and show up here how we see fit in the world without humiliation and marginalization. As a footnote, in the decision overruling Roe v. Roe case, Justice Thomas suggested that the court look at other cases that were originally decided under the rationale that Roe used 50 years ago. I must say, though, in New Mexico, we should have no fear, because the decision that I made back in 2013 was upheld by the state Supreme Court, so that gay marriage is a state constitutional right which cannot be taken away by the U.S. Supreme Court. So fear not in that regard. Mr. Macias, would you read the proclamation, please?
Thank you. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, a proclamation. Whereas with this proclamation, the Board of County Commissioners recognizes members of our community who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, non-binary, and asexual, or LGBTQI+. And whereas the rainbow flag is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements that advance for LGBTQ+ people in society, and whereas we honor the resilience of LGBTQI plus people in Doña Ana County who are fighting to live authentically and freely, believing that all people, regardless of age, gender identity, race, color, religion, marital status, national origin, sexual orientation, or physical challenges, have the right to be treated based on their inherent value as human beings. And whereas we realize that there is more work to be done, we support non-discrimination protections for LGBTQI plus Americans in housing, healthcare, education, employment, credit, and lending services, and the criminal justice system. And whereas we honor our own District 1 Commissioner, then County Clerk Lynn J. Allens, for his historic decision to support marriage equality by beginning to issue same-sex marriage licenses in Doña Ana County in August of 2013. This decision spurred the conversation in our community forward with dialogue to strengthen alliances and advance equal rights. And whereas Doña Ana County is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for LGBTQI plus people in our community, we encourage the residents to embrace acceptance and work to eliminate hate and lack of understanding that leads to marginalization everywhere it exists. And now, therefore, as the Doña Ana County Board of Commissioners does hereby support the month of June as Pride Month. Mr. Chairman, a proclamation for you and the board's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Commissioner Ellens, do we have guests here to accept the proclamation?
I have not been contacted by anyone.
I believe that we have several organizations that are here.
Come on up. I'd like to invite you all to say a few words. Appreciate your attendance. Please, welcome. If you wouldn't mind stating your name for the record as well.
Sure. My name is Ryan Steinmetz, and I am the president of our local PFLAG chapter here in Las Cruces. Thank you to you, Mr. Chair, Doña Ana County, the County Commission, and all who helped to make this proclamation possible. Started over 25 years ago here in our community, our PFLAG Las Cruces chapter is one of a network of 350 chapters across the nation who work to support LGBTQ plus individuals and their families, educate our communities about issues facing our LGBTQ plus loved ones, and advocate for LGBTQ inclusive laws and policies at the local and national levels. PFLAG as a national organization has been around since 1973 when a concerned mother in New York, Jean Manford, gathered other concerned parents and family members to support each other, provide resources, build a network of LGBTQ allies, and create safe spaces in their communities. It is my sincere belief that LGBTQ safe spaces in the spirit of community pride are both very necessary and also that they do not just appear out of nowhere. They are built upon years and years of community work that unites community partners and programs that help to shape our culture and environment. They are forged by hardworking individuals who share their stories and let their voices be heard so that others may find hope and direction. And they are fostered when our community institutions bravely show in their laws, policies, and actions that our LGBTQ plus family members and friends, mothers and fathers, siblings and community leaders, educators, and those who serve in the military, when they show in their actions and their words that our LGBTQ people matter and that we will stand together united to ensure that our neighborhood, our community, and our county will do all that we can to ensure that those safe spaces exist and can be experienced by all. PFLAG Las Cruces will continue to live out our mission to support, to educate, and to advocate through upcoming events and activities. Recently, we have brought our community together in biking and hiking events and hope to offer similar community yoga events. We will partner with Southern New Mexico Pride for our October Pride celebration in March. And we are also in talks with community partners from the South Valley to provide resources and programming in those areas too in the coming months. If you or a loved one needs support or resources, or you would like to be a part of our efforts, contact us via our Facebook page or at Las Cruces pflag@gmail.com. Thank you again for this important proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Steinmetz. Is there anybody else up? Very good. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Carl Heist, and I am an ex-board member of Southern New Mexico Pride. Robert Williams, who is our chairman, had to leave because of a time constraint. I'd like to thank the commission for this proclamation, and just to point out that I am here today with my husband of 48 years. We only were married 6 years ago, but we have been a committed couple and will celebrate 48 years the middle of next month. We've raised 2 children, one of which has become a social worker therapist here at Amistad Family Services. He got his degree after we moved here at NMSU, and this community has supported us and loved us. And we are filled with gratitude to this community. And I thank you again for the proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public input? Input from the commission?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Chaparro?
I would just like to thank Commissioner Ellens for his courage. Thanks.
Thank you.
And for moving this conversation forward and for supporting this community.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro, and thank you, Commissioner Ellens. Any other input from the commission? All right, seeing none. Brandy, will you call the roll on the proclamation?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Proudly, yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes, that proclamation passes 5-0.
Robert. Over here. Come on. Carl. Congratulations.
All right, then we'll move on to agenda item number 3, which is a presentation by El Paso Electric and our fleet department on electric vehicle planning. Good morning, Mr. Macias.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. Jonathan Macias, Assistant County Manager for the County of Doña Ana. I'm going to turn it over the presentation to El Paso Electric here in just a bit, as well as our fleet department, but I wanted to add some context. The massive undertaking of reviewing consideration for electrification of our fleet or converting over from the traditional internal combustion engines that we utilize for light duty usage here, so the dependency on diesel and gasoline is going to be a large undertaking that we won't be able to do by ourselves. And so the context of today's presentation is that we have partnerships, not only in our own region, but across the country that we will leverage. Specifically, the first partnership is that I myself sit on the National Board for Electric Vehicle Auto Association. It's a national elected position, as well as I'm the president of the local chapter for the Electric Vehicle Association here in our region, known as the Rio Grande chapter. My vice president for the local chapter is actually Angie Rodriguez, who works at the El Paso Electric. And that was done in large part because I was tired of the dialogue in our community being, let's wait and see what others do. I think it's better for us to see what we can do to advance the conversation and set the pace for the nation and see how we can increase adoptions for these kinds of technologies. So the other partner, of course, will be the local city of Las Cruces because of the build out for the electrification of this network, and also NMDOT, which has a substantial amount of earmarks related to the electrification of the I-10 and I-25 corridors. We've already been in discussions with them, as well as the governor's designee, former Mayor Chavez, in terms of some of the infrastructure build out, so that we can work towards getting some of the level 3 charging infrastructure in our community. And I did want to say that if you pay attention to the presentation, you might even see where you might see a opportunity for an instant $500 rebate, I should say, that El Paso Electric will discuss. And also throughout today, you'll notice that we have electric vehicles featured in front of the government center. At around the 12 o'clock hour, we will have 2 fully electric vehicles, one that's a truck and another that is an SUV. Currently, we have 2 passenger vehicles, and they are the kind of considerations that we are looking at for integration into our fleet. So I'll turn the presentation over to Angie.
Thank you, Jonathan. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, it is my pleasure being here with you today. My name is Angie Rodriguez, and I'm a supervisor of Transportation Electrification Department at El Paso Electric. I also serve on the National Board of Electric Vehicle Association with Jonathan, and I'm a happy member of a Rio Grande Association here locally. So I'm here today to talk to you about electric transportation because we know that it is good for everyone. It's good for our environment. It is good for our community. It is good for our job creation, right, for the economy, as well as for electric grid, which may seem counterintuitive, but I'll touch base on that in a minute. So let me go ahead and get started. So we're going to touch base on why electrification is beneficial for all. I'm going to talk about some of the electric vehicle trends, both nationwide as well as in our region. We're also going to talk about New Mexico state initiatives, as well as El Paso Electric programs, and some of the opportunities that we have for Doña Ana County. Electrification is good for everyone, as I mentioned earlier. For customers, electric vehicles can help people save money on both fuel and maintenance. I have been an owner of an electric car myself for over 3 years, and I can tell you I save on fuel a lot of money. And on average, the price of electricity is 2 to 3 times cheaper than gasoline. And with current gasoline prices, it is becoming a very hot topic, right? So a lot of people are expressing interest in electric vehicles. On top of that, you save on maintenance because you have fewer moving parts, right? So you don't have to have oil changes anymore. And of course, customers can save money when they switch to electric. For the economy, electrification can create job opportunities to build out infrastructure, as Jonathan mentioned earlier. We're talking about installation of charging stations as well as maintenance of those. For the environment, of course, electric cars have 0 tailpipe emissions. So of course, they can help us reduce our CO2 emissions locally. And for the electric grid, I know this may sound counterintuitive, but when properly managed EV charging, they can actually benefit the grid as long as it happens, let's say at night when most people come home and charge their vehicles, or during the hours of excess renewable generation. So as far as EV trends, right now there are over 2 million electric cars on the road today in the US, and that is expected to increase significantly over the next couple of years. As you all are aware, last year there was an executive order that set a goal for this country to have 50% of new vehicle sales to be electric by 2030. And let's pause right here and think about it. It's less than 10 years from now, right? Every second car will be sold as electric. As far as charging infrastructure, it needs to catch up to EV adoption trends. Right now we have about 40,000 charging plugs available nationwide. And so for people that are asking me, can I travel out of town and take my vehicle? The answer, it depends, right? Where you're going and what type of vehicle you have. But for some electric vehicles, as long as you plan your route, you can actually take it out of town already. With the infrastructure bill that was passed last year, there will be funding for local DOTs as well as other entities to build out 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations in the next 5 years. So what drives this growth, you must be wondering, because electric cars were invented over 100 years ago, right? Why now? Well, there are a couple of factors that are increasing adoption. Number one is that the battery technology has improved so much that electric vehicles offer great range, right? They have over 200, 300 miles range, so you no longer have range anxiety. There are favorable government policies. There are a lot of models out there, and we'll show you some of these models today. We have an all-electric pickup truck coming in at about 12 o'clock from Rivian, and all-electric SUV from Volkswagen ID4. So there are a lot of options out there. Of course, availability of charging infrastructure continues to improve, and customer understanding of this technology continues to improve, because in the past, there were a lot of misconceptions about electric cars. Let's take a look at our regional trends. As of this year, we already have about 2,500 electric vehicles in our service territory, which of course includes Doñana County and El Paso County. And as you can see, in the next 10 years, this trend is going to be exponential. A lot of people are going to switch to electric cars, and our job is to make sure that infrastructure and electric grid is ready for it. Why customers love electric cars? Well, because electric cars can allow you to have a lower cost of ownership. Like I mentioned earlier, you can save on fuel and you can save on maintenance. They also offer great performance. Not a lot of people know that, but electric cars have instant torque, so they're very fast. And for people that tell me that electric vehicles are slow, I encourage them to test drive one of them, and then they'll see that EVs have great performance. And of course, convenience of charging at home. A lot of customers are reaching out to us and asking, where are the charging stations located? And there are apps out there that can help you locate the charging station. However, 80% of EV owners actually will charge at home. So it's a different fueling model, and we're here to educate our community and pass this information that it's the most convenient and most affordable to charge at home. In New Mexico, there were a couple of important initiatives that started this year. Clean Car Rule was adopted on May 5th of 2022, and we're very excited about this rule because it will encourage local dealerships to carry an inventory of electric cars, because it has been difficult to find them locally. New Mexico DOT is also planning to receive about $38 million over the next 5 years to build out DC fast charging infrastructure along interstate corridors. And El Paso Electric is here to support all these efforts. We have launched our customer education website that includes a page called EV Community. And this is a completely free community where customers can go and sign up to receive updates about our rebate programs, about our special rates, as well as to find available vehicles that are in the market today. We were very proud to launch EV online shopping tool this year that can allow customers to find a vehicle that best fits their needs. And they can compare 3 vehicles to each other, and they can even compare a gasoline car to an electric one or to a hybrid vehicle in just a matter of a few seconds. We also offer fleet advisory services, and we're working very closely with Jonathan and Gabriel Silva on, county's electrification goals and see how we can help make this happen. We also had a partnership with local dealerships last year where they offered a discount on electric vehicle to our customers, and in exchange, we offered marketing and customer outreach. We also conducted a grid impact study to evaluate if our grid is ready for mass adoption of electric vehicles. So we're already looking into that. And last year, we received approval from New Mexico Commission on our first transportation electrification plan, which allows us to offer rebates on charging stations, installation of charging stations, as well as some EV rate options. So the commission approved a budget that we proposed that was $1.2 million, and we already launched all of our programs as of January of this year. This is a brief overview of our entire budget. As you can see, we have rebates for residential customers on the charging stations. We have a rebate for low-income customer, not only for the charging station, but for installation as well. We have rebate for any business that is looking to install a charging station for a workplace, for their employees, or for public. MUD program is for apartments that are looking to install chargers for their tenants. We also have a program for DC fast charging stations, and we have already reached out to New Mexico DOT to see if they could leverage this funding as well as the funding they're getting from the infrastructure bill. And we have a program for fleets. Of course, Doña Ana County can take advantage of our fleet program, so we're looking forward to working with you and seeing how our rebates can help you with electrification goals. We also offer two different rate options that offer a lower price for charging electric vehicles in our off-peak hours. We have an EV rate that requires a separate meter, which is the first rate option here, and then we have a second option for customers that don't want to install a separate meter but still want to get rewarded for charging at night. So we have the second option available, and all we ask for the customers to provide us with a registration for their vehicle to show that they're located at the address where we serve them. We also launched our customer outreach program that includes $250,000 to spend on customer education about benefits of driving electric vehicles, with 20% of that budget dedicated to our low-income customers. And in July, we're planning a stakeholder engagement meeting. So I would encourage all of you to participate because we're going to give a status update on all of our existing programs, as well as to seek feedback for our future plans and future filings. And now let's talk a little bit about opportunities that electrification presents to Doña Ana County. Of course, as you're electrifying your fleet, you can save a lot on O&M. As I mentioned, the price of fuel has been rising, all of us know it, and the price of electricity is 2 to 3 times cheaper. Of course, you can also save on maintenance. If the county has any goals for sustainability, once you electrify your fleet, it can also help you meet your ESG goals and lower carbon footprint of the county. Also, electric cars will offer great performance, reduction in noise levels, and convenience of charging at your own facilities. And if the county is thinking about public charging stations or charging stations for your employees, we do have rebate programs for that. And I just wanted to highlight why it's important to consider it is because, again, it can help you meet sustainability goals, attract talented employees or customers, and potentially increase revenue opportunities if those charging stations are offered to drivers at a fee. And we are talking a lot about level 2, level 1, and DC fast charging. So I wanted to put this graphic out there to describe in brief what these levels mean. So level 1 charging is what you typically have in your home. This is how I charge my vehicle in my garage. I just use level 1 charger. It is a little bit slow, right? 5 to 10 miles of range per hour. But if you only drive 40 miles a day, in 4 hours, your vehicle will be fully charged. For some customers, that may be too slow, so they go with level 2 charging. And what it means, if you're just talking about residential, you can upgrade your outlet to 240-volt outlet, and you don't need to buy a charging station. That will allow you to charge your vehicle much quicker in just a couple of hours. And most owners of electric cars today prefer the second option. Level 2 is also typically installed at workplaces, for fleets, near the supermarkets and locations where customers are going to be spending a couple of hours. And of course, DC fast charging, these are the charging stations you see along highway corridors. They're very, very fast, and they're getting faster and faster every year. With these charging stations, you can fully refill your vehicle in 10 to 30 minutes, depending on how much energy you have left in the battery. And you can contact us by going on our website. We also have a dedicated email address as well as dedicated EV hotline. So if anybody here today has any questions about our programs, we encourage you to reach out to us. And I would also want to mention that at 12, we will have 2 vehicles outside, as I mentioned earlier. We have 2 right now. We have Tesla and Chevy Bolt. That is our company vehicle. And we're bringing Rivian all-electric pickup truck and Volkswagen ID4. So I hope there will be a chance for all of you to see those incredible vehicles later today. And we're looking forward to working with the county. I appreciate you inviting us here today. And I'm going to pass it over to Gabriel Silva.
Good morning, Mr. Silva.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Gabe Sola. I'm the Fleet Manager for Doñana County. Today's presentation is about electric vehicles and what the county fleet is currently doing. As Angie said in her presentation, there is a lot of benefits going toward electric vehicles. I do want to name a few just to, I think, that are important. Electric vehicles are efficient with no tailpipe emissions. They reduce vehicle maintenance because they have less moving parts. They reduce the reliance of oil from other countries, and I think this is one of the main ones. It saves the environment and planet as we move away from fossil fuels. Now, there is challenges as we move toward electric vehicles. The main ones are availability of charging stations. Gas cars in general travel further between fill-ups compared to electric vehicles. Purchase of electric vehicles, hybrids, and vehicles in general has taken longer due to global computer chip shortage. Even there's a customer demand and also the workforce. And even the Ukraine war has affected the supply line. So there's direct challenges toward fleet. And one of them is working on electric vehicles. They are different than gas engines and even diesel engines. And one of the key factors is you can get electrocuted working on electric vehicles. So what are we doing at Fleet? We're training our mechanics, and we'll continue to train our mechanics as we go forward. I do want to mention that as the county transitions to fully dedicated electric vehicles, we are looking at hybrid electric vehicles, which rely on gas engines to keep their batteries charged, switching back and forth to maximize fuel efficiency. We're also looking at hybrid electric plug-in vehicles, which primarily runs on electric until it's depleted, then the gas engine takes over as you plug in the battery to recharge. Now, currently, we're looking at 2 F-150 hybrids for engineering department. There were some issues on the assembly line there at Ford. Ford said they're still missing some parts. They didn't specify the parts, but what I understand, we'll get the vehicles in the next 2 months. Now, we did purchase a F-150 hybrid for vector control. It has a sprayer for spraying mosquitoes. That vehicle gets 24 miles to a gallon minimal. That is what Ford is claiming. What I understand is that they can get up to 31 miles to a gallon, depending on the usage. We're also looking at one Ford F-150 Lightning for the Community Development Department. This is a fully dedicated electric vehicle. It gets 85 miles to a gallon. I do want a quick lesson that EPA has come up with a unit measurement to compare electric vehicles with gas-powered vehicles. So as you can see, 85 miles to a gallon is pretty efficient for an electric vehicle. I also want to say that we're going to get a Ford hybrid plug-in Escape for the airport for this new fiscal year. It gets 105 miles to a gallon. If it combines with an engine, it gets 40 miles to a gallon. We're also looking at 25 hybrid Explorers for the Sheriff's Department for this new fiscal year. Again, these get 24 miles to a gallon minimal. As vehicles become eligible for replacement, we are getting with departments to see if there's a fit for electric vehicles as we go forward into the transition into electric vehicles. For the new fiscal year, we are looking at one solar charging station called an EV Arc. It's from a company named Beam. It will be located here at the government building and will be utilized by the new Ford F-150 Lightning and the Ford plug-in Escape. That charging station can charge up to 6 vehicles. I do have a short video that highlights the functions of this EV ARC. That's that. Let me see where.
I can turn anyone into a beach bum.
The EV ARC 2020 is the world's fastest deployed EV charging infrastructure solution. Sustainable EV charging in minutes instead of months. Get the EV charging brand you want, factory installed and ready to charge. The EV ARC is the fastest deployed, lowest total cost of ownership and most scalable solution on the market today. Rapid deployment with no permitting, no construction, and no utility bill. Each EV ARC generates and stores its own electricity to deliver clean, renewable energy to your EV day or night, and even during inclement weather. Permanent but transportable, the EV ARC can be relocated during emergencies, a change in EV driving patterns, or in the event that your first chosen location wasn't the best one. It's also perfect for lease locations because you own it, the landlord doesn't. Take it with you when you move. The EV ARC is designed to fit in a standard size parking space, but you won't lose a valuable slot because vehicles park on the product's base pad. It's ADA compliant too. Because it's off-grid, your EV ARC 2020 will continue to charge EVs during blackouts and grid interruptions. The emergency power panel provides vital electricity to first responders, medical workers, and citizens during times of need. The EV ARC 2020 is certified to withstand winds of up to 120 miles per hour and is flood-proof up to 9.5 feet. A single EV ARC 2020 can power up to 245 miles of driving on sunshine in a day, can charge up to 6 EVs at a time, and reach up to 12 parking spaces. EV ARCs are made in America at our factory in San Diego, California. Each unit goes through control before leaving our facility. It will arrive at your site, fully charged and ready to provide the EV charging you need within minutes.
This is getting really common. People are buying solar panels and then 2-3 years down.
Okay. Again, this EV ARC can charge up to 6 vehicles. It is a level 2 charger. I think this is the starting point for the county fleet to charge their vehicles as we go forward. Now, this doesn't replace being on the grid, but it is a starting point, and I think can be part of the, as we go forward, having 5 or 6 of them in the future, 5 or 6 years from now, having these chargers to support the charging for these dedicated electric vehicles. That is the end of my presentation. I want to thank the commissioners and everyone here. I also want to thank Angie for the presentation and also as they help us go forward into our transition into fully dedicated electric vehicles.
Thank you, Mr. Silva.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ms. Silva or Ms. Rodriguez?
Mr. Chairman,
Oh,
I have a question for the representative from El Paso Electric. What is the expected increase in homeowner electric bills?
That's a very good question. It depends on which rate you select to charge your EV. If you don't change anything and you stay on your standard residential rate and you drive about 40 miles per day, your electric bill is expected to go up by about $35 a month, and that's it, compared to what a person with a gasoline vehicle would spend about $150 to $200 a month. And we have a calculator on our website that can help any of you get the data points for yourself, and we have different rate options available there. So you'll be able to see how much you're gonna save when you switch to an electric car. Yes, the electric bill may go up a little bit, but when you compare it to how much you're saving on gas, you're gonna have more money in your pocket at the end of the day.
What if you hook up to a remote station? How long does it take to fully charge the battery?
how long does it take to which station, sir? There are different charging stations, right? Are we talking about a home charging station or like a public charging station? I can give you the numbers for both. If you're charging at home, it usually takes about 4 to 5 hours to refuel a vehicle. If you go to a public charging station, it really depends how much energy you have left in the battery, right? But if you go to a level 2 charger, you get about 30 miles of charge per hour. So if you drove 30 miles in 1 hour, you're gonna be full. If you go to a fast charging station, you can refill in as low as 10 minutes.
When you say 30 miles per hour, if I need to go 60 miles, do I have to charge for another hour?
Well, if you're traveling out of town, you would probably go to a fast charging station and you can get those 60 miles back in just a few minutes. Yeah, you wouldn't stop at a level 2. But yeah, level 2 charging is about 30 miles of charge per hour. So in 2 hours, you would get 60 miles. But it depends where you're going, how much energy you have left in your battery. There are a lot of fast charging stations out there. Unfortunately, there are none in Las Cruces yet, but I know that New Mexico DOT has a plan to put one site with 4 DC fast charging stations. Those are the very, very powerful, very fast one in the next couple of years. So it will be available here as well.
Let me give you this example. In 15 minutes, or not 15, in 5 minutes, I can go to a gas station, fill up the tank, and drive 400 miles. How long would I have to be at a charging station in order to be able to drive 400 miles when I left?
You would probably have to stay there for about 30 minutes right now with the charging stations that exist in the market. However, there's good news that technology keeps getting better and better. So the charging stations that are going to be installed in the next couple of years will probably let you refill your car in as low as 10, 15 minutes. So maybe you'll have to stay a couple more minutes more at the charging station. But you're absolutely right, Commissioner, that it takes a little bit longer right now to refuel an electric car, but it's also much more affordable and cheaper to travel in it, especially considering gasoline prices that we have in the market today. But the technology keeps getting better and better. And I'll give you an idea, the charging stations that infrastructure bill requires for DOT to install, they're gonna be more powerful than any of the stations that have been installed in the past. They're gonna be 150 kW each. And current electric vehicles can only take about 100 kW, right? So the car cannot even take as much power as the charging stations that will be installed. So I would say in a couple of years, when you stop at those fast chargers, it's gonna be very, very quick.
Well, then for the moment, you're better off with a hybrid.
Well, I don't think you are, because again, we're talking about emissions that are being produced by the hybrids. We're also talking about, you're not gonna save on maintenance because the hybrid vehicles, it still has a gasoline engine, it has an electric motor, it has too many parts. So you won't be able to save on maintenance with a hybrid, and you won't be able to save as much on fuel. But if you do have a lot of long distance trips, it might be a good option as well.
Commissioner Allen, Jonathan Macias, the Assistant County Manager again. I think for the purposes of our presentation today, our use case will be utilizing them within our fleet. Because of the investment that the Commission made previously through fleet for the IntelliShift, we're able to see the average miles put on vehicles and plot them for the best paired EV. I think for what you're mentioning, Commissioner and Chair, for long-term trips and long distances, I would love to be able to offer an electric vehicle for you guys to be able to travel to Santa Fe in a emission-free vehicle. That is coming, and that is something that I'm able to do in my current vehicle. Normally, I won't bore people with the details, but the battery prefers to be within the range of 20 to 80% state of charge. That's just the chemical nature of the lithium polymer batteries at this time. But for me, I normally find, and forgive me for oversharing, but that my body and my bladder needs a break before my battery does. So, and it takes about 10 to 15 minutes to fast charge with my current vehicle, and which is about the average time that most people stop at the gas station to grab your goodies and fuel up. So I'll yield back to Angie.
Thank you.
Of course, Commissioner.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you. And this is more of a comment for Mr. Jonathan Macias. I'm just envisioning having new subdivisions developed throughout the county with charging stations within the neighborhood so that the residents wouldn't have to travel too much outside of their area to charge their cars, especially down in the southern part of the state, but maybe we can work towards that.
Yes.
Mr. Macias, and speaking to some of the home builders, or maybe the Home Builders Association, and some of the developers that are planning on developing land within the county. Thank you.
Chair Sanchez, if I may.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro.
So if I may, Commissioner Chaparro, those are great points. We are fortunate that within our community, the advancement for renewable use of energy is pretty high. We are already seeing that some of the new construction build, especially Mesa Verde and over on the East Mesa, are already pre-wiring their homes for photovoltaic or solar, as well as pre-wiring for the charging stations. That doesn't speak to the concern that Commissioner Chaparro has. However, that's something that we can revisit in terms of potential prepping. One of the things that we're doing, as I support and oversee facilities as well, is anytime we are doing a rehab to any of those properties across the 3,814 square miles in our community, we are considering where we can pre-wire for level 2 charging that we can not only utilize for our fleet, but also for shared community use where it makes sense, so that we can bring some of that equity within the county. And we'll do that in coordination with partners like El Paso Electric that may be able to help us offset that, as well as the NMDOT.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, thank you so much for bringing up that good point, because incorporating EV readiness during new construction is the lowest cost for everyone, right? For the end consumer, for the home builder. And we presented at the Home Builder Association in Las Cruces about 2 weeks ago, and we received a lot of support from them on that initiative. So we're looking forward to working with them on new developments and seeing how we can help.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Any other questions? I did just want to add my personal commentary, and I know particularly for Commissioner Allens, I think as Mr. Macias had mentioned, probably most of what most people do in their transit are probably, to and from town, less than, I think, as Ms. Rodriguez said, like 40 miles. And so I know I recently purchased an electric vehicle myself, and that's what I see is that most of my travel is local. I did happen to make the trip a couple of weeks ago to the Association of Counties because the curiosity got the better of me. What is it like traveling long distance in an electric vehicle? And I will say that there is some pain in traveling the I-25 corridor because, which has already been addressed with the NMDOT, there are no level 3 fast chargers between, actually, Las Cruces. There's none in Las Cruces, and there's nothing between here in Albuquerque, except unless you have a Tesla, where there's, I think, I think in TRC there's a supercharger there, level 3 for Tesla specific. But it meant in my travel that I had to spend an hour charging on a level 2 charger in Socorro or in TRC in order to get back. But the price and the total price, and I think what I spent in gas for that round trip was less than $30 for all the charging, and that included DC fast charging, which is typically a little more expensive, but I did that in Albuquerque. So $30 for a round trip of 500 miles, almost. So I agree. I think the infrastructure still is not there for long distance travel, depending on the corridors you travel, but definitely on a day-to-day basis, it's so much cheaper to have an electric vehicle than to pay and fill up my gas vehicle. So.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right. Are there any last questions? If not, I'd like to thank Mr. Rodriguez, El Paso Electric. Thank you for all that you're doing. Mr. Silva and Mr. Macias, thank you for the presentation. And I know, Mr. Silva, I know you're trying to transition. We appreciate all the efforts because I know there's a lot of wholesale changes to the way we're doing our fleet management. So thank you so much for what you're doing.
I do want to say I did bring that F-150 hybrid from Vector Control, so you can also see.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, before we move on to agenda item number 4, I was going to say if we can take maybe a 10-minute break. It's 11:20 right now. We can reconvene at 11:30 and continue on with our agenda at that point. Okay, if we can start getting back to our chairs, I appreciate it. I apologize for the delay. All right, thank you, everybody. It's 11:33 a.m. We're on agenda item number 4, which is our presentation of an update of the 3rd Judicial District Court Expansion Project.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Mr. Macias, and administration. My name is Ray Vigil. I'm president of Vigil & Associates Architectural Group. I'm here to give you a brief overview and an update, project update for the project of the expansion to the 3rd Judicial District Court Addition. As you recall, approximately sometime last year, we were requested to do a study about the expansion or potential growth for that facility, which resulted in us being requested to design initial scope, which consisted of 2 courtrooms, judges' chambers, meeting rooms, related space, as well as additional district court clerk expansion or office area for them as well. What we've done, and to bring you up to date, in March of this year, we had our schematic design that was completed and reviewed by staff and administration, which brings us to current time where we are actually in design development of that project. And I want to just go over a few key highlights on that to kind of give you an update to that regard. And again, to visit kind of where we're at from a financial perspective in terms of the budget for that project. So just a quick brief overview. As you recall, the proposed new building addition, it's scheduled to be located on the facing east from the existing facility, just to the south of the main entrance building. What we've done, because in anticipation of this really volatile bidding environment and the way escalation of costs have been going in construction, we've opted to make a recommendation that we would divide the project into 2 parcels, a base bid, which would take care of your priority, first priority being the 2 additional courts, as well as judges' chambers and meeting rooms, related space. And then secondly, an alternate or an additive alternate, if you will, of the additional district court clerk space. That was a decision and a method of trying to control costs that was developed early on in the design, and how we can try to maximize our opportunities and have flexibility for bidding environment at this time. So again, the total square footage, you can see they're broken down there on your screen, about 11,800 square feet for the courts, and then another 7,800 administrative space for district court clerk, bringing that building to about 19,600. Just a brief overview. We don't have a lot of detailed drawings. Those are available for your convenience and viewing. This is just an axion showing the standard protocol, or I should say, this is a prototype courtroom that we'll be building based on one of the current court facilities that's there now, making sure that we maintain a space required there as required for their jury and court services. We are currently, this is a developing 3-dimensional rendering. We're still working on selection of materials. That's to be determined at the next meeting in terms of color palette and materials, but it's basically, we're looking at longevity materials that are resilient, maintenance friendly, etc. And then of course, designing for security access and making sure that we have traffic protection from the facility for vehicular traffic. What I'm showing you here is a quick overview. As I mentioned, we split the project into two parts. The first one, this one here, is a quick overview of the site plan where we're adding to the existing building, thereby creating kind of a secured parking area in the back for judges, and try to coordinate with the existing parking on the site. This would be for the base bid, which is the first addition or first part of the addition. And then this is a secondary, if we are able to build and fund the entire project, would be built out this way, of course, increasing the area of parking at the back side and secure side of that addition. So what you see on front of you here is a kind of an overview of all the drawings. We're, as I mentioned, design development stage. We've had a series of drawings that have been reviewed and submitted to administration and some of the staff to get their comments with, and are moving forward into the construction documents phase. So I wanted to just kind of end as a quick brief overview in terms of costs. And again, we separated this project into a base bid and additive alternates to give us that flexibility. Overall, in the total cost, we're right under $9 million from our original costs. We're looking at the first or base bid being approximately 5.4, and we have a range there right now because, as I mentioned, there's a lot of moving targets with some of the selection of materials and costs. That's giving you a range there, but we're looking at about 5.4 million on the initial, which I would call the base bid, the first requirement, and then secondarily to that would be an additional 3.5 for the additive alternate. All things considered, we would highly recommend, because we really don't have a lot of control right now with this bidding environment is really grossly out of control. We're seeing increases regularly. We have not seen any really plateauing of costs. They continue to rise, and we're trying to adjust that. And the best thing we can do is be prepared by having the flexibility in the design and in the bidding documents. But of course, making sure that we can value engineer materials and things that will be able to fit us into our overall project budget, which is right around 8.7, 8.9 million. And we again recommend maybe have a contingency for those costs at the end. And with that,
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you, but you said soft costs. Is that, did I hear you say that those are the costs that you can't predict because of the changes in price?
No, sir.
What are soft costs?
No, sir. What I'm saying is the actual bid amount, our estimate, is an opinion of probable costs, but it's hard to maintain with the cost escalations and costs of construction materials. It's hard for us to give you an exact number.
Okay, what are soft costs?
Soft costs, which are additional, would include things such as tax. You have taxes on construction. You have engineering. You have surveys. You may have equipment, furniture, fixtures, equipment, things of that nature. Those are additional costs outside. The number that we're talking about is construction costs. That's what we're tied to as a maximum allowable construction cost.
Okay, so what do you estimate the soft costs to be based on this project number?
We've averaged those are about, I want to say, the final numbers on that was about 25%. So it's probably around another $2 million, I believe. I'll have to check those numbers up. The soft costs are kind of tracked independently. This is really just geared towards the construction effort.
So these are numbers that would be added to the 9 million for the county to pay?
Yes, sir. There'll be taxes, things such as taxes. We're working with the users. For example, there might be getting costs from prison industries or other vendors for some of the furniture and things of that nature. So yeah, there's some costs that would be outside of our realm, but we're trying to budget for them to make sure that we have a functional facility when it's complete.
So it does include furniture with your costs?
Our costs, the MAC does not include furniture. It's construction costs.
Okay.
There may be some built-ins like the judge's bench and things of that nature like this that will be in the construction, but then there'll be movable furniture that will probably be outside of our scope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Mr. Vigil, would you go back to the courtroom design? Thank you. And just for, because I also am an interpreter, but I'm looking at your courtroom, and I know the interpreters spend as much time in the courtroom as judges, and sometimes even more so when there's jury trials. And I've been to other courthouses that are relatively new throughout the state, and those accommodations have not been made for the team of interpreters that's going out there. They're perching on corners, they're being sat next to, defense or prosecutors, and it's very uncomfortable for them. And then as they're interpreting, it's distracting for jurors to some extent and also for counsel. So are there any accommodations in this particular design for the courtrooms to accommodate for additional people sitting around the juror area interpreting?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, to answer your question, the work that we're doing, including design development, has been working closely with the staff, the current staff and clerk. And so they've given us kind of the model of what we're to follow as far as what we have now. It's basically similar to what they currently have, but we've actually made some increases or adjustments based on some of that feedback that we received. So we have increased and responded to some of those needs. In terms of additional reporters, there's primarily those interpreters. We can discuss that with a committee that's involved now and see if there's maybe additional accommodations in that regard.
Certainly, and I would urge you to speak to perhaps a couple of the interpreters that are down at the district courthouse, just because I don't know if that's been taken into account or not. I know that the staffing has been taken into account, most certainly. But, this building is going to be around for 40, 50 years, and that's change is going to be shifting, as well as laws regarding interpreters. And I can tell you it's not sufficient right now. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Are there additional questions for Mr. Vigil? All right. Not seeing any. So thank you, Mr. Vigil. Appreciate the updates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Have a wonderful day.
Did you have it? Okay.
Mr. Chair, sorry. I'm sorry about my actions here. No, I don't have any other questions. I just thought when you showed all those other pictures and you went to the first one, to kind of show the first design, the first two pictures, I thought you were going to go through every one of them. So
no, sir.
I'm kind of glad you're not. But that was what I was
We do have them available if you would like to request them.
Yeah, so I apologize, but thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so now we're on to our consent agenda. It's items 5 through 8. Are there any items on the consent agenda that the commissioners would like to pull for separate consideration? All right, hearing none. Then can I get a motion to approve agenda items number 5 through 8?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Ellens. Seconded by Vice Chair Murillo. Okay. Any questions or input? Public input on consent agenda? Seeing none, then Brandy, will you call the roll on agenda items 5 through 8?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. Okay. Mr. Macias?
Mr. Chairman, as to item number 9, we're going to go ahead and ask the commission for permission to withdraw the item. We're trying to keep a very aggressive pace with this lease agreement. One, because it's the prelude to a substantial amount of potential development that's going to be going on at the jet port, and also because from the commission, if it approves the lease agreement, it has to go on to the State Board of Finance. But we've had some additional discussions this morning with the Burrell Aviation Group and believe that it's better put off till the next meeting.
Okay. Thank you for that. So then we will not be discussing agenda item number 9. We'll move on to agenda item number 10, which is a reconsideration of proclamation approved by the commission on June 14th, 2022, declaring a severe to extreme drought conditions and imposing firework restrictions. So, Mr. Macias, I believe if I understand the motion for a reconsideration, that would have to happen at the next meeting, which this is. But if there is a motion and a second, there is no discussion of that reconsideration motion, or I just want to make sure I have that.
I believe that a motion to reconsider is not debatable.
Okay.
But again, what would happen is that the commissioner wanting the item to be considered, the motion would be having voted in the affirmative on the proclamation declaring a severe to extreme drought conditions and imposing firework restrictions. Having voted in the majority, I move that we reconsider the item. Okay. That motion has to occur. There has to be a second to the motion, and then you go to a vote as to whether you wish to reconsider the item.
Okay. So on agenda item number 10, is there a motion for reconsideration?
I make a motion to reconsider proclamation approved by the commission on June 14th, declaring severe to extreme drought conditions and imposing fireworks restriction.
Okay, there's a motion for reconsideration by Vice Chair Murillo. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Allens. Okay.
Thank you.
So we have a motion for reconsideration. It's been seconded. Brandy, will you call the roll on the reconsideration of the proclamation?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
No.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
No. Okay, the motion for reconsideration passes 3-2. Okay, so now we're back to considering the proclamation. Would we need a motion for that reapproval, or how would we normally proceed, given that we're now reconsidering?
Well, I think you can do it either you go back to the general practice that you have, but at this point, since you're reconsidering an item that has already been voted on and passed previously, then I think that you turn to Commissioner Murillo and allow her to explain what she's attempting to accomplish, and then she would move to amend the existing proclamation, and there would be the vote or the discussion there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Macias. So, Madam Vice Chair?
Yes. This proclamation was brought 2 weeks ago for approval, and I'm bringing it back to see if there's approval from this governing board. And having just the item for, as you can see in item 10, just change one wording. We're not taking away the restriction of fireworks in Doñana County. The only item that I wanted to see if we can be able to change was the part in excluding the special retailer. And the reason is this special retailer falls in under the updated drought index that was done June 21st. There's another one coming up this Thursday, and it's under moderate drought. It's not in the extreme drought. This retailer, I believe I did hear in the last meeting with Nelson, stated that they were doing everything according to the regulations of carding people out of state or tourists on buying these fireworks. And all I'm asking is to have this retailer, special retailer, excluded, or have it accept this retailer not to be under this proclamation. Due to the rains, we are now under moderate drought in this area. I know that we have the city of Anthony, the town of Mesilla, and Hatch does have full-line arterials. And I believe in Anthony and Mesilla, they did pull out all the bottle rockets, missiles, everything that goes really fast up in the air. The only thing they have is like the cakes and the aerials that are in sale. And all I'm asking is to have this just pulled out, the except. I know we still have the restrictions for having Doñana County because of drought. I understand that. The only thing I was asking is just to put except the special retailer. That's all I'm asking for. And I know there in Anthony, there is Anthony, Texas, Canutillo, El Paso, Texas, are doing full line. Otero County is doing full line, and Luna County is doing full line. So if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Murillo. I guess, was there any other items for reconsideration, I guess, from the original proclamation from the commissioners?
I have a question.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
I have a question. Do we have a current condition on a current map of the drought condition here? Because I just tried to pull one up, and the closest I've got is 7 days ago.
Again, we distributed a one-page map to you earlier.
Correct.
That's the most
This one here?
current that, yes, sir.
Okay. The latest, I believe the drought monitor maps are updated every Thursday of the week.
And again, if you want to hear anything further in terms of a presentation, I think at this point that there would have to be a motion made, and I'm assuming by Commissioner Murillo, who is proposing that on the first page of the proclamation, and you see it in your packet, it's really striking one word, although I think, and I'll have to talk to our legal department, I think that word is supposed to be accept.
Mr.
So it's missing a C.
Legal
There would have to
Depart-
be a motion in order to continue the,
I believe in the amended of the executive summary, it says an exception.
exception, so, okay.
That would be, if that's what, if that is correct.
Then the
if
word
what-
is
if what,
accept.
Okay. So Vice Chair Murillo, I guess if you would like, would you like to make a motion?
Yes. I make a motion to reconsideration of proclamation approved by the commission on June 14th, declaring severe to extreme drought conditions and imposing fire restrictions with the amendment.
It would be a motion to amend Section 2 of the proclamation, eliminating the word including and
and
replacing with except.
Accept. That is
Okay.
my motion.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Allens. Okay, then we'll, I guess, open up for the commission if there's any input or discussion.
And Mr. Chairman, going back to Commissioner Reynolds' request earlier, if he'd like to hear from either Stephen Lopez with our Office of Emergency Management or Chief Cherry related to this item, they certainly are here available to the commission for any additional input. I do not believe, though, that we are able to provide you any additional information in terms of where we stand today related to the drought, although you certainly can hear from them related to the weather between now and the 4th of July.
Okay.
I think that that's why we distributed that map. I think that it's not exactly precise where the lines are, but basically it shows the conditions still of concern in the northern part of the county and then diminishing in concern, but still meeting the requirement of drought in the southern part of the county.
Thank you. I'll go to, before we have, I don't know, Commissioner Chaparro, did you want to ask a question before we brought them up, or?
Mr. Macias preempted me on that, so.
Okay.
But I would like to hear from the chief regarding his opinion.
Okay, Chief.
That's appropriate at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Chief Cherry.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, excuse me. Drought existence do still exist. Drought conditions do still exist within all of Doña Ana County at this point, like Mr. Nelson described at the last meeting. And to your point, Commissioner Reynolds, the drought maps are not updated until every Thursday of every week. And so between the drought maps that have updated from last meeting until the one that's sitting before you, there has been no change in the conditions reported by the drought monitor between those 2 weeks. There have been significant rainfall over the last, several 7 to 10 days within the county, and there is some anticipated change in those maps, but what that change will be, we won't be available to us until Thursday of this week.
Thank you, Chief Cherry. Any questions for Chief?
I do, Mr. Chairman, and this question is basically for Mr. Macias. Mr. Macias, am I able to ask more in-depth questions regarding the chief's feeling of how our firefighters might be able to attend to a fire? Am I able to inquire about that?
Well, certainly, because the issue before you is the actual proclamation that is being reconsidered, and there could be additional motions that are made by members of the board to make additional changes if they so wish. So I certainly believe that it's relevant to the discussion at hand.
Thank you. Chief, I do have a question. In my district, we do have, as the other districts as well, but I'm very concerned about the East Mesa. There's a lot of Airbnbs. There are also a lot of mobile homes. and I live in the area, thus every 4th of July, there are inevitably are illegal fireworks that are being lighted. And I know that at least at my house, we've only had one rainfall, and it has not been substantial. So my concern is in those regards, do we have enough firefighters? Let's say we have 2 fires, one in Hatch and one in the East Mesa. Would you all be able to address that quickly? And is that of concern to the fire department?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, in the fires that we see on the 4th of July are typically in brush in nature. Now, you know, that they're always a concern of those type brush fires spreading and involving structures as well. And so as far as the brush type fires that we have seen the vast majority of over the several years, on Sunday night, the 3rd, because we're expecting a high utilization of fireworks, and on Monday, the 4th, we're going to have additional staffing on both paid and scheduled volunteer shifts during those two times. And we're focusing on areas like in East Mesa that you're discussing, Commissioner, as well as in areas of like Chaparral, Santa Teresa, where we have a lot of those dry light fuels, those dead grasses as you described, and having that staff available in those areas. And so we do have a plan in place for that. It's very similar to the plan we had last year and had great success with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Chief, it was my understanding that Hatch did try, I guess they're having to reconsider a motion is what I understand on Friday, but they did pass I don't know if it was an ordinance or proclamation to not have any sale of aerial fireworks as well, similar, I think, to what we were doing. I think the issue I heard is that they tried to do it for 60 days, which is not allowable, and so hence the reconsideration. So do you know, I guess Mr. Macias, do you know if that proclamation is active? I guess that's what it sounds like, being that they're within the 20 days, being it something, do we know that that's something that Hatch can consider? Because I know that's the intent that they're trying to limit is the same thing we are, because when we look at the drought maps, they are in the severe to extreme and exceptional drought.
Even if they were to make a motion to reconsider, even if they did something improper in terms of extending it for 60 days, it would still be valid for the statutorily
30 days
permissible time frame.
Okay, got it. Because I know that was a discussion I had with Mayor Whitlock, is that they are considering that. And so I know he expressed his concern with what the county could possibly be doing with this motion. I don't know if this is an answer you can, if it's appropriate for you or Mr. Macias. If this were to be reconsidered with this exception, if it were to be approved, could theoretically not the specialty retailer, from what I understand, they sell to out-of-towners or people that are out of the county. We have visitors that come in for the 4th of July holiday this weekend. Could not a visitor that's staying in Doña Ana County, whether it be an Airbnb or with family, go and purchase fireworks and bring them into Doña Ana County or retain them in Doña Ana County?
I'm assuming that, and again, that question would be most appropriate for the ownership of Boland's trading. I don't know what the complete title of it is, the one that this really would apply to. They would be best and appropriate in terms of responding. My understanding is they check licenses, and it assumes that you're in transit. I don't know how much further they go by saying, are you staying here in Doña Ana County tonight or the next several nights, or are you really on your way to Lordsburg, to Tucson, and back to California?
Yeah.
But I know that they check the licenses. If you have a license that is based here, they won't sell to you. But if you have a license that suggests that you are in transit or that you're not a resident of this area, my understanding is that they'll sell you the fireworks.
Okay.
But I don't know the definitive response to that.
Okay. And before I was going to see if there's anybody from Boland's here, but before I do, I don't know if there's any other questions for Chief Cherry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm looking at this and I don't see any significant difference because it's still in the county. We still have severe and extreme drought conditions in places. We're not responsible for only the southern part or only District 3 or only District 4. We're responsible for the whole county. And whatever decision we make today applies to the whole county. And so just for the fact that we still have extreme drought in several parts of the county and severe drought in several parts, I'm not inclined to change it at this point. I mean, obviously, if we had a weather report that said absolutely we're going to have no rain, no calm and everything, I might consider it different. But even then, until the drought condition goes away, we're still putting at risk. I mean, up in the northern part of the state, nobody thought that a required burn or the burn to try to control fires was going to turn into the largest fire we've ever seen. I mean, it's unpredictable. So we can sit here and say, yeah, doing these fireworks is not going to be a problem. We got a great plan. We got all that. But, I'm not convinced that we have an absolute guarantee that we're not going to have a problem because of the drought conditions that still exist.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner.
That's my position.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, in our communications with both the New Mexico State Forester and our local BLM offices, they have no plans to rescind their fire restrictions that were put in place both in May and April respectively, and they were put in place indefinitely until they're removed. They have no plans to change those at this point from the rains that we have received so far.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Chaparro.
And just a comment. I will go to this extreme. I'm very disappointed that the surrounding areas, Anthony, Mesilla, Hatch, and our neighboring Anthony, Texas towns have not followed suit with Doña Ana County. We are responsible to our constituents to keep them safe. And I know it's a hard decision to make for a business owner. I see it. I'm a business owner. Our businesses have to be tweaked from time to time because of regulations and laws and changes in ordinances. And unfortunately, that's what a business has to do. But from what I'm hearing today, that there's really no difference between abnormally dry and moderate drought. And then some areas of our county have not received any rain. That's just my concern, that I have extreme disappointment in the areas that are within the county that are still allowing certain fireworks to be sold. And I know it's a big business, not only to Bolins, but other firework retailers. And so that's of extreme concern to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
May
Macias.
I just share the perspective that although I certainly believe that the proclamation should stay in place, I think the commission needs to stay consistent. But this is a very, very limited amendment. And honestly, the point that Commissioner Chaparro is making, I think, is the persuasive one. Las Cruces doesn't have. And I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying they don't have it. Mesilla doesn't have it. Anthony doesn't have it. If somebody from out of state, they probably are traveling because anyone staying here at an Airbnb, they just have to go down the street to Mesilla and they can buy their fireworks there. I don't think they need to go over to Bolins and show them an out-of-state license to try to buy their product there. So I think the impact is exceedingly little in terms of the concern with our drought scenario. There's too many gaps already.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Please go ahead. If I invite you up to speak, I just had the one question around this exception that we're looking at. Is it when somebody? I guess what is the regular sales? Generally the sales practice of Bolins to sell? I mean, is it just to check where they're from? Because I think, or is there any steps more than that to when a sale occurs?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you so much again for the opportunity to readdress this. From our standpoint as Bolins, there currently exists within the county throughout the entire year, a ban on the use of aerial fireworks. So regardless of where anybody purchases fireworks, there's a ban on the use of aerial fireworks within the county. Specific to our business, we do card each and every person that comes through our store to verify where that individual lives. By far and away, the huge percentage that purchases fireworks from our facility up on the hill are from not only outside the county, but outside the state of New Mexico. In addition to that, we provide them with documentation that reminds them that the use of fireworks is illegal, or aerial fireworks is illegal inside the boundaries of Doña Ana County. And we also provide them with additional material that reminds them of just safety precautions as they use fireworks in general, whether it be over the 4th of July or not. This is specifically important to us as a small business, and Commissioner Chaparro, thank you so much for acknowledging businesses. You know, you've been in private business, you understand how difficult it is to stay in business with the inflation issues, the high gas issues, the high cost of just staying in business. If this was just a normal weekend or a normal month, it would not be as pressing to us. But because of the 4th of July and all that represents, it creates a little more urgency for us because the sales are so much more important and much more serious during the next few days. To give you some example, I tracked our sales for fireworks period on our store up on the hill from the 15th, which was the day after this proclamation was enacted, until the 26th. So over that 11-day period of time, our sales were only $8,500 up on the hill here. In comparison to that, our Aquila Flat site, which is roughly 20 miles down the highway, their sales were over $52,000 during that same time period. And it was all because of the disparity in the aerial fireworks versus the safe and sane fireworks. Prior to that, through the first 15 days of the month, they were within a few $1,000s of each other. So they were almost identical relative to those sales. So it has been a tremendous hit on us as far as the small business is concerned. And we certainly, I mean, we've been in business in New Mexico since 1912 as a company. So we're well over 110 years old. We're not just a new business that set up shop here in New Mexico. We're homeboys. I mean, we've been here for a long time. And so we understand the safety issues. We understand honoring our state. We understand trying to make the right decisions and doing the right things. And we were so thankful for the commission 5, 6, 7 years ago, I'm not sure now how long, to allow us to sell to non-county residents while still maintaining some consideration for the safety of the county, which continues to apply the fact that the use of aerial fireworks is against the law, basically, in the county, as well as selling aerials to county residents. And frankly, we are indeed, and I know it would never be the intention to reach out and select just a business in the county to affect, but in reality, that's really what is happening here, is we are the only specialty retailer in the county that sells aerial fireworks under the current ordinance within the county, and so we're being affected quite severely on it. So with that being said, I'm certainly open to address any question. I hope I answered your question.
You did. Thank you. Are there any questions? No. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
You know, I think, oh, go ahead,
Chair.
Commissioner Chaparro. Yes, please.
Just a comment for Mr. Macias, our county manager, that maybe in the future we can work with the city of Las Cruces, Anthony and Mesilla, so that together we can all work towards establishing better guidelines throughout the county, because to have just the kind of proclamation that we all passed and then have all these gaps around is so disappointing and frustrating to me, and it puts our staff in a horrible situation, because we can try to contain it in certain parts of the county, but nobody else is doing it. So maybe we can start moving forward for next year, and so this doesn't happen again.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro.
Mr. Chairman, could I just note very quickly again that Las Cruces fully intended to go forward with the same kind of proclamation. So there's not a lack of coordination there. It's just that they misread the time that they have to take action by and missed the deadline. That's the only reason that gap is there. I don't know. I think it would be a diplomatic challenge to try to persuade the town of Mesilla not to follow its traditional practice of allowing fireworks sales.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. And I appreciated your words earlier. While I have, I don't want to be affecting particular businesses in particular with some of these actions. I think given the drought conditions that we've been experiencing, the fires that we've seen already this year, and, I just look at the current drought monitor for the northern part of the county, particularly my district, being in extreme or exceptional drought. I'm in support of keeping our current proclamation in place. I know my frustration as well is the same with you, as you mentioned, Commissioner Chaparro, because we see the other municipalities within the county that have not passed it understand the challenge with Las Cruces and the issue they saw. But I think it's understanding it's very easy for people to go into Mesilla, into Anthony, and purchase, or Sunland Park. I don't know if Sunland Park has it as well, but just because they don't have that and people have the ability to go to those municipalities does not mean we don't lead here in Doña Ana County. And so I think I will stand with our current proclamation and don't support an amendment at this time.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Allens?
Mr. Macias?
Yes, sir.
Maybe I'm misunderstood, but because Las Cruces missed the deadline, are they allowing aerial fireworks to be sold?
Well, whatever the state statute is in terms of limitation, they obviously have to, they apply for that. But it was their intention to issue a proclamation as the county did previously. But because you have to enact it within a certain time frame of the 4th of July, that date, I believe, was missed.
It was.
And so, therefore, there is no drought-related proclamation.
Does state statute permit aerial fireworks?
I think that there are certain restrictions on certain kinds. Let me ask Chief Cherry if he can respond to that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, there is no restrictions within the state at the state level of aerial fireworks. They've left that up to the counties or municipalities to establish. Like we have here a safe and sane ordinance that basically bans aerials year round.
Does the city of Las Cruces have that as well?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, they do. They do have a safe and sane ordinance in place.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other comments, questions on the proposed amendment? Or any other public input? Okay. Seeing none, Randy, will you call the roll on the amendment by Commissioner Murillo? Or Vice Chair Murillo, I apologize, Commissioner.
Commissioner Ellens?
Pass.
Commissioner Reynolds?
No.
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
I apologize. Commissioner Chaparro?
No.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
No.
And again, since Commissioner Allen's passed, you would come back to him for his vote. Brandy?
Commissioner Ellens,
Yes.
Okay, that motion for an amendment fails. 2 in support and 3 against. Okay. All right, then we're on to agenda item number 11 now, which is to have an employee incentive pay proposal for fiscal year 2023. Mr. Macias?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I don't believe that this certainly is not a new topic to the commission. As we enter the new fiscal year, and again, I do want to thank and compliment the commission in terms of the support, the previous support that it's given to our employees in terms of trying to take advantage of both premium pay and other incentive-related additions to compensation. What we're asking the commission to consider as we're about to enter into the new fiscal year and all prior incentives now are ending, that the commission consider a temporary incentive pay increase of $2,500 per employee. Again, it would be distributed as we have in all of the other situations, distributed in equal installments each pay period, and it would run between the 1st of July of 2022 through the 30th of June of 2023. There is, from prior amounts that the commission had committed to employees, there is a balance that remains that was unused because of the kind of turnover that we have within the county structure. That amount is $273,841 that have not been expended. So it would reduce the impact of this new $2,500 per employee supplement to $1.3 million. Again, Mr. Chairman, the pandemic, the effects of COVID have been extensive, and I believe that has contributed to fueling this extraordinary increase in the cost of living that we are dealing with. And this is a mechanism. There are funds available through ARPA to be able to accomplish this task, but it is not unlike what this commission has previously done on behalf of our employees.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Are there any questions for Mr. Macias on this item?
Don't we need a motion?
We do. Okay. I think my only hesitation or the only reason I didn't ask for motion was I didn't know if there would be any changes to the amount, but we can have the motion and we can amend. So thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
You're welcome. Thank you. I'll make a motion we approve the employee incentive pay proposal for fiscal year 23.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds, seconded by Commissioner Chaparro. So, all right. Are there any questions on this agenda item for Mr. Macias?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Allens?
how is employee defined in this case? Would that include you as well?
I'm sorry, does that include?
How is employee defined? Would that include you and Mr. Macias sitting next to you?
It would include Jonathan. It does not, the definition of employee, the way I define it, is basically anyone who's a full-time classified employee.
Okay.
So I'm a contract employee.
But Jonathan would be covered.
Yes, he is merit-based, well, not merit-based, but he's a full-time employee, although he's still on probation. I do believe that this amount would apply to him as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Allens. Any other questions? Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public input?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Joe Villarreal, member, I'm the representative for 3 of the Doña Ana County unions here. We want to say that we do appreciate that this is being done again. It was actually something that was brought up, and we are glad that that's being done. One of the things that we would ask is that maybe to allow the ability, it says it on there, it's a proposal, right? And wages are one of the things that are supposed to be negotiated in there. We would ask the ability to leave some of this maybe open for a higher amount for some of the units. And I'm not just speaking for ourselves. I know our corrections officers, it's a lot different working in an environment where you are directly exposed to people. I mean, that's where we have some of our highest COVID incidents versus, and granted, people are coming in, there is a risk here in hanging out with other coworkers as well, right? But we would just ask that people consider this with some of the public safety units where they have additional burdens in there dealing with members of the public that may or may not be vaccinated and may not be dealing with the same amount of scrutiny that someone would be dealing in here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villarreal.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Mr. Chair, I do think that's a reasonable request to understand if there was a consideration for additional risk between the employees. To Mr. Macias.
Mr. Chairman, there are risks for employees everywhere, anyone that has contact with the public. You can look at our ERAP employees. I can tell you that probably a significant number of them have picked up COVID because of their need to interact with the public. Our approach from a management perspective has always been related to these monies, that it's an equal distribution. I believe that what is being asked for is some kind of flexibility to increase it to $4,000 for certain people. I personally am not going to encourage the commission to follow that process. We have extended, I believe, as much as we can in these discussions in terms of negotiations. There is a specific cost to $2,500 by employees, and I do see different groupings wanting to say, treat me different. I'm in a different situation. Well, in reality, when it comes to the impact of these inflationary prices, it's affecting every one of our employees in the same manner. And I want to encourage you to stay with the $2,500. And again, for the record, it carries a little bit over a $1.3 million price tag.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't expect to change what we're doing here. As a matter of fact, I think this is probably fair. Do we have the numbers on the distribution of people who were impacted by COVID into county by department and by responsibility? So, for instance, as I think has been mentioned here by this gentleman, is that they believe that they are at a higher risk in the detention center because of the class of people that they deal with that may not be as safe as, say, the ones that come into the clerk's office. So have we done any study or tracked any numbers to see if the COVID infections in the county have actually been different in different departments? Do we have the numbers to actually show that there's some differentiation between my job and somebody else's jobs to say that I am more at risk, or they haven't, and we've even studied that? That's my question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Reynolds, thank you for that explanation. I understand the nature of the question at this point. And I want to tell you that at least when I receive the reports, I pass them on to the commission. You may have seen some of those reports that give a breakdown. How many of our employees at the detention center have COVID? How many in sheriff's office? How many in the fire? And then the balance of the commission.
Correct.
And let me kind of suggest to you today that if I'd have to go back and look at my email to see what the most recent, but there are absolutely no COVID infections that are currently in place at the detention center. I think there was one earlier, but again, under the ability to return potentially after 5 days of being out, we don't have anyone out. The sheriff's office is very, very limited. Actually, we had more people out for COVID from the non-law enforcement firefighter categories. We had more out from within the main employee base related to COVID.
Thank you for that. If it's possible, I would like to ask Mr. Lopez if he has those statistics, just one question, and then we'll move on. I don't want to take up too much time. Mr. Lopez, have you actually done a look over the last 2 years to see if there was some differentiation between the departments and the risk status of the employees?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Reynolds, we don't have that granular level of detail to be able to actually do that. I think what I can say from all of the data that we do have access to and we've been tracking, there was a much closer occupational exposure connection in 2020 than there is now, where we're seeing kind of it's endemic in the population and a lot of the protective measures taken early on, limiting workplace return and those types of things have dissipated. So I think now it's much less of that occupational risk. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you all for answering the questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions, comments? All right. Seeing none, Brandy, will you call the roll on agenda item number 11?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
I know she's just coming up the ramp, so
I will go to Chair Sanchez.
yes. Vice Chair Murillo, I know you weren't here for the discussion of agenda item number 11. I don't know if you would like to record a vote on the item. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item number 11 passes. All right, we're on to agenda item number 12, which is award a contract to ASA Architects for the design of the new Office of Emergency Management facility in the amount of $753,750. If I get a motion and a second to begin discussion, please.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Ellens.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Chaparro. Thank you. Mr. Lopez.
Good. I think we're now at afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the commission. We're going to do this rather quickly because you've been here for a while today.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to reflect on my vote. I already had done the research and read, so if you, instead of having the abstain, if you can, my vote is yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Murillo. Thank you, Brandy. Mr. Lopez, please continue.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Stephen Lopez from the Office of Emergency Management. Agenda item number 12 before you is a request to award an architectural contract to ASA Architects for the design of a new Office of Emergency Management facility, which will include a new Emergency Operations Center. You've heard a little bit about this earlier today, and you heard about this last year when you awarded $480,000 in ARPA funds. So we'll keep this rather brief. It is for $753,750, and this will be included in the FY23 final budget that you will be approving next month, or that will be in front of you next month. The need for the new Emergency Operations Center itself within the facility is very clear to us. We currently can only seat 18 people working an emergency or a disaster in our existing EOC. We have tried to, and my predecessors over the years have tried to expand that by lining chairs along the wall, which actually eliminates all walking space in the area and certainly does not improve the ability to work. The ceiling height, as you can see there, the HVAC system is within fingertip reach. And when the HVAC kicks on, we actually have to go to using microphones just to hear among 18 people in the office. We have no ability to actually display PowerPoint type presentations unless we actually remove people from the front row because they block the screen. And we have all hard surfaces, so there's very poor sound attenuation. And the new facility will fix all of this, as well as incorporate conference rooms along the sides, so that when we do have people that need to work on a specific task, such as restoration of community lifelines, they can work in a conference room at whatever vocal level they need to, spread out maps and come up with plans while the main room is still in operation. And we think that will actually be a design feature that this facility will have that other emergency operations centers throughout the nation will start to adopt, because that need to really have some focused workspace has definitely shown itself here in 2015 during the church bombing incidents, when we had to have workspace for the governor, we had to have workspace for public safety personnel and the FBI, and then we had to have the EOC operation itself, and we couldn't do any of that. We also will be incorporating a classroom and a MAC room. The MAC is the Multi-Agency Coordination Group, which generally during a disaster consists of our elected leadership and our senior appointed leadership. Right now, we have no place for you all to meet, to receive a briefing, to be able to discuss among yourselves whether or not we need to do something. So this will provide that location, and outside of disasters, it will be a classroom that we can actually utilize to hold training courses and meetings. And we are rapidly becoming a hub for training in emergency management and public safety throughout the region. But right now we have to borrow classroom space either out of the multipurpose room here when it's available, at Doña Ana Community College, at NMSU, and sometimes at the City Hall. And most recently we were at Oregon Mountain High School for training just 3 weeks ago, because that was the only place that we could obtain. And the library at a high school is not really set up for the training of public safety personnel. And you can see the picture there of our existing space is just blank because we don't have one. We also need a warehousing function that can actually support disaster preparedness and disaster response. And it needs to be at ground level. If you look at the picture collage there on the far right, that is our access right now to where we store things. The OEM staff are getting stronger every day because we carry boxes and cases up and down those stairs. But that is not our desired way to be doing it. For safety, we need really to be ground level, a loading dock, and forklift accessible. It needs to be temperature controlled and allow for storing of personal protective equipment, supplies, materials. You can see that photo on the far left of the collage. That is where we are storing water right now in our hallway. We store 2 pallets of water in the hall because that's the only place we have for it. We're storing our PPE for Doña Ana County right now in the HVAC room because that's the only place we have for it. So we definitely, this will really enable us to function much more like we need to for preparedness and response. The parking lot, that's a picture right now of what we've got out there. We have a mobile morgue trailer for fatality management with the partnership with the Office of the Medical Investigator. We have disaster response supplies, including sandbags, sandbag machines. What you don't see there is we don't have electrical connections to be able to power, say, recharging stations. And that is something that we definitely want to incorporate in the new facility, both for our fleet as well as some of our trailers need to keep batteries charged up. The OMI trailer needs to have power to it. And occasionally we may need to bring in semis to have food and other things for disaster response that are powered. And we are definitely looking forward to the ability to have not just charging stations for OEM fleet vehicles of the future, but also for other county vehicles, because we will have an office a little bit further removed from here. So if somebody needs to pop in quickly and charge, they can. But also we'd be happy to look at potential partnerships to put in a public charging station out on the public side of the parking lot. Obviously that would not be paid for out of this budget, but it's easy to design where conduit runs would occur as we design with the architect, while we then work on partnerships of who can put in one of those either really nice ARC stations that you saw earlier that are solar powered, or an actual DC fast charging station that provides that real interstate connectivity support, depending on the final site selection for our facility. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Are there any questions for Mr. Lopez?
I have one comment.
Commissioner Reynolds?
I'm struck by the irony of you putting everyone up against the wall to create a risk of not being able to get out in case of an emergency.
We maintain the 3-foot minimum clearance to ensure we can escape, as long as the water doesn't fall over.
All right. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other input, public input? All right. Brent? Sorry, I heard.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
The real strong value in terms of getting this accomplished, because we do have an additional $1.5 million that was committed to the project, but more and more, especially if we're to access federal money, they want a project ready. They need for you to be able to represent that it is shovel ready and you're ready to go. That's why we're trying to, and thank you all for kind of investing in the design and the development so that when we pursue the funding for the construction, we can represent that we are ready to go and there's no waiting after that money is appropriated.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. I think there's one thing we've learned here on this board has been the importance of the OEM and coordinating with all of our member municipalities in particular, whether it's been COVID, whether it's been floods. You mentioned previously, 7 years ago, so 6 or 7 years ago, the bombings. These are all examples of how the OEM interacts, not just with Doña Ana County, but all of our member jurisdictions and all the many departments they have. So looking forward to seeing this project start moving along. So thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Brandy, will you call the roll on agenda item number 12, please?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. All right, now we're on to our hearing and ordinances. Agenda item number 13, it's an appeal of a Planning and Zoning Commission decision approving a special use permit to construct a 6,000 square foot church to be used for worship and support services located at the northeast intersection of Del Rey Boulevard and Webb Road. Ms. Ainsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And if you wouldn't mind raising your right hand, do you swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is an application. It's an appeal to a decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission that was issued on February 10th, 2022. The property owners of the parcel submitted a special use permit application, which was reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission for the construction of a 6,000 square foot church on the site. Neighborhood residents, Dara Parker, Trish Cutler, and Wayne Roskoff submitted an appeal to that decision. The property owners are Eugene and Rosette Samuel, and Leila Gomez is the applicant. This property is located on Webb Road, east of La Reina, and I'll go ahead and show that. This is the location. Webb Road is along here, and La Reina is right here. This is the conceptual plan that was submitted as part of their application for the special use permit with access here off of Webb Road, the proposed structure here, parking, and then it looks like accessory parking over on this side. And that's just a closer up view of the ponding area that they proposed and then ponding calculations. The property is currently vacant. Surrounding property is primarily residential in that area. You can see there's some vacant land as well as existing residential developments in the surrounding area. The zoning map shows the area is primarily residential. You can see primarily yellow and then the hatched yellow with some industrial property over here adjacent to the interstate. So we did provide public notice as required by the code, and you received in your packet comments that we received from the public. So this is the notification area. The parcels that are within that red boundary are the parcels that we're required to mail notices to, in addition to the newspaper ad that is published and the signs that are posted on the property. So this is the subject property. The property owners that at some point decided to grade the property in advance of receiving a building permit. And you can see in the history of this case, one of the conditions that the Planning and Zoning Commission had required was that they take remediation measures within 10 days. You can see the remains of a silt fence that they had put up. They had been watering the property to try to mitigate some of that dust. However, the property really can't truly be mitigated unless they apply for a grading permit. And at this point, although they could apply for a grading permit, they can't be issued a grading permit because the church is not permitted until this case is resolved. While it was approved by the P&Z, any activity is stayed by that appeal, so they are not able to move forward with implementing their development plans, which would be really the best option for remediating this cleared property that causes a lot of dust in the area. So these are more photos. You can see that silt fence really did not hold up very well, and you can see how the sand and dirt just kind of wash out into the road. More photos of the area. So this is along Webb and then La Reina. And you can see here on Webb Road, there's dirt that has washed over into the road. So here we just have a list of applicable policies that we review when making recommendations. And then our staff analysis. The property is within the unincorporated county. We originally, when this case was presented, the staff had recommended approval with some conditions, and the Planning and Zoning Commission did approve this case with those conditions. And staff is still currently recommending approval of this case. So what we're recommending is that you uphold the Planning and Zoning's decision. The staff recommendation, which was then issued in the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission, had the following conditions. Access to the subject property is limited to Webb Road, no access from La Reina. The access is to be at least 150 feet from the intersection of La Reina and Webb Roads. Based on the STA information received, a TIA will be required at building permit submittal, and a certificate of occupancy will not be issued unless mitigation, if any, required by the TIA is addressed. The applicant must provide erosion and dust control measures within 10 days from the date of the decision to create grading without permits and will be subject to triple fee. The applicant must comply with site plan requirements pursuant to 350-208 detailed site plan and all county and state grading and building permit requirements at the building permit stage. The applicants are here to state their case as well, but at this point I will stand for any questions.
Mr. Commissioner.
Commissioner Allens?
Christina, could you go back to the site plan? That one, yes. No. Go to the one you
One
just
more?
flashed
Okay.
on there.
There you go.
Those are parking spaces in the lower half.
That's correct. There's parking all along both Webb and La Reina.
What is,
and then,
are those parking places in the upper half as well?
yes,
So how many parking places are there in total? 300 and something, as I recall.
it's quite a few, and I don't have the exact number, but I can ask staff. Do you know? Okay. Albert is checking his file right now. Okay. If the property owner is here, are you able to answer that question?
Matt, I will have, okay.
If there's someone here who can answer the question. Okay.
Yes, sir. Hi, Steve Calderazzo. I'm the general contractor for Power Praise Church, brought in obviously slightly after the fact. Right now, there's.
And hold on, sorry, if I might be able to swear you in, if you will hold your.
Oh, sure.
Right hand. I apologize. Now you get a chance full.
No sweat.
Do you swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, continue.
There's 113 spaces, phase one, with a total of 200 and, I can't give you the exact number because those spaces indicated on basically plan north side are overflow spaces and not etched in stone. The real phase one development includes 113 spaces immediately surrounding the building located right there on the south side. You can see that. So I can't positively say 100%, yeah, we're going to asphalt all those spaces exactly as they are, but that's basically future allocation parking space.
Okay, thank you.
Are there additional questions for Ms. Ainsworth? Okay. All right, this time, I guess,
Mr. Chair,
Oh,
I'm
Commissioner
sorry, I
Reynolds.
do. Could you go back to the plat, the other plat with the whole area there, the roads right here? The previous one? Or the next one after this? Trying to find the one where the blue box is.
With the blue box?
Oh, the bigger one, sorry.
I don't know if there was another one. I'll just scroll through and let me know if you see the one that you,
There. So-
okay.
Okay. So, in looking at the subject parcel, is this the only parcel that's being developed? Because it looks like there's 3 other parcels around it. Is that correct?
This is the only parcel that they are requesting the special use permit for. They do also own the adjacent parcel.
Okay, because the other, it looked like from the previous slide that you showed that Mr. Commissioner Ellens asked for, it appeared that the parking lot, the other 3 lots are going to, the other 3 pieces are going to be parking lot. Is that correct?
That site plan is for just this particular property. If they wanted to develop these other properties in conjunction with the church, they would have to apply for a special use permit for those parcels.
Okay, can you go back to the parcel one that you had before I asked the question? Okay, right here, okay. All right, so Webb Road and La Arena, okay. All right, I think I'm good, thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Ainsworth before we move on? Okay. All right, well, then I'll go ahead. I know there were, I believe, 3 appellants for this. I think I was planning on, Mr. Macias, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I was going to have the appellant speak, then allow the original applicant speak at the time.
Or to respond to
Yeah.
the appellant's arguments, yes.
Okay. Thank you. So I'd like to invite the appellants of this case up to speak and address the concerns. Commissioner Chaparro? Yeah, absolutely. Sounds good. Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro.
Good afternoon
Good afternoon.
to the commission and the chair.
If you wouldn't mind raising your right hand. Do you swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
I swear it is.
Thank you. May you say your name for the record, please?
Trish Cutler.
Thank you. Continue.
Okay. I wanted to thank you for hearing our appeal today. I was in Oregon during the original appeal date, and I very much appreciate the postponement and the opportunity to participate in the public input process. If I may, I have some additional letters to submit to the commission from residents opposing the project.
We have some additional letters.
To you. Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to go over the location. I know you saw that in the last presentation. Here we have Webb Road, which if you live in this neighborhood, everybody pretty much has to go in and out of Webb Road. We have Del Rey goes like this and then makes a sharp turn to the left, but as you continue forward, this is Lorena. And we do have a pretty major issue with people speeding along this roadway, and that's one reason that so many of us are concerned about the traffic issues. The entrance to the property would be approximately here, I believe. And our concern is that traffic is going to back up along Webb Road and out to Del Rey, where people frequently pass each other and speed on that road. This is another photo of the current condition of the property looking west from Webb Road. And as you saw in the other photos, there's quite a bit of silt fence that's remaining on the property. It was graded nearly a year ago without permits in place. After there were complaints about dust, the landowner installed the silt fence but abandoned it about a month ago. The neglected fence and posts are now an eyesore, frankly, to neighborhood residents who pass the lot several times a day. Just a couple more photos of the current condition. This is looking to the east. Those are the Oregon Mountains in the distance there. And again, looking to the east. I did want to point out a discrepancy between the application for a 6,000 square foot church and the floor plan that's posted on the church's Facebook site for a 6,600 square foot church. I don't know which is correct. I'm going to go through my concerns now. My first is lack of need. I believe that need for the church is very subjective. The church and county staff both assert that there is a need, but the majority of people that we talked to and in the letters received by the county were actually opposed to the church. The need is unknown, I believe, and unlikely to be significant for area residents. Sensitive resources. Sensitive environmental resources were not evaluated, and the land was graded without a biological survey, as far as I know. Yet the landowner and county both stated that there were no impacts to sensitive resources. This could not have been known without a proper biological survey. Night blooming cereus is a state endangered plant species that occurs in Doña Ana County in this type of habitat, in sandy to silty gravelly soils, in grasslands or Chihuahuan desert scrub. It's typically found growing through and supported by shrubs such as creosote bush and honey mesquite, which are the two dominant plants on these lots in this area. We also had a report from another neighbor that there were burrowing owls on the property, but it's graded and we don't really know if there were burrowing owls there. There are protected species as well. Dust concerns. Dust is a public health, safety, and welfare issue that has not been adequately addressed. The landowner graded the property in August 2021 without a permit and did not make a sincere effort to control dust until complaints were submitted to the county and the state by local residents. When the P&Z approved the permit, the county included conditions to control the dust, which were not met. I anticipate future conflicts with failure to control dust on the property. The staff recommendation included a statement about the applicant providing erosion and dust control within 10 days from the date of the decision to correct the grading without a permit. And my comment on this is that I think this condition needs to be much more specific to include detail on standards, acceptable measures, and how long dust must be controlled. And I'm also unclear on when the date of the decision to correct the grading permit is, if it's in the past or if it will be in the future. Another concern that we heard from many residents was noise. We understand there will be amplified services with electric guitars, percussion, and microphones. A steel church is not likely to provide adequate insulation to prevent local residents from hearing the services. The building plan depicts windows on the east side of the building, which faces Creek Trail where most of the houses are. Noise from vehicles coming and going from events is also a concern, and I'm not clear on how many parking spaces there are in the parking lot. We were provided with a different diagram in the packet, and I'll get to that in a moment. So basically, unless the applicant makes an effort to control noise, which they may, it will be left to local residents to report complaints to county dispatch. One concern that we heard from many residents was light. We have a very dark neighborhood. We don't have street lights, and people really like it that way. This exhibit is in the packet that we received prior to this meeting, and you can see there are numbered items on this exhibit, but we didn't get anything in the packet to state what corresponded to each numbered item. And then a little while ago in the other presentation, a different conceptual plan and survey plot was shown, which we haven't had a chance to review. Regarding light, the UDC mentions that the detailed site plan review process and the site plan must include the following: the location, dimensions, and intensity in lumens of all existing and proposed exterior lighting, but we haven't seen anything. Maybe it was submitted, maybe it wasn't. We haven't seen anything to that effect in the packet. On this particular diagram, I think I understand that the diamond-shaped objects are lighting poles, but I'm not 100% sure. And I count about 24 of those, which is a substantial number of lights for our area. So I would like to confirm whether or not that's the case. The Unified Development Code discusses lighting within the county, that it shall maintain the rural character of the region in part by preserving the visibility of nighttime skies while providing for safety and security. All lighting installations shall be designed and installed to be fully shielded. And all light standards shall comply with the NMSA, the Night Sky Protection Act. There are many measures that the landowner could implement to mitigate the effects of outdoor lighting, including not overlighting, using the minimum lighting required for the task, including fully shielded lighting so that sky glow doesn't occur. They can use control to dim or extinguish lights when they're not needed, such as timers, motion sensors, and dimmers. And they can use warm spectrum lights, which are typically 3,000 Kelvin or less, which are less detrimental to wildlife and people. Traffic, I believe Ms. Parker is going to discuss traffic concerns in detail. I have no doubt that increased traffic will cause congestion and noise for neighborhood residents. Traffic backing up from Webb Road onto Del Rey is likely to result in accidents and injuries. And many other residents express that same concern in their letters. The silt fence on the property has been abandoned for at least a month. And as I mentioned before, it's an eyesore to residents in the neighborhood. I'm concerned not only about the fence, but potential for future neglect and abandonment of the property. And of course, home values. The land is zoned for medium density residential housing, which I do support. Rather than a steel church structure, residential homes on this land would help to support higher home values in the area. A steel church is out of character with the neighborhood and will not conform to the residential covenants designed to protect our home values. Other concerns mentioned earlier in my presentation are also likely to affect home values. Solutions, I just listed the items I talked about on the left there and potential solutions on the right. I will say that for dust, noise, and light, there's an opportunity here, if this is approved, for the commission to incorporate specific permit conditions, or for the county to incorporate specific permit conditions to control dust, noise, and light, and for enforcement to occur. In terms of traffic, I don't believe that the TIA is available yet at this point, but sufficient traffic controls should be included to prevent congestion and accidents. As far as property neglect, that's just something that the landowner will need to take care of. And I believe if all of these things are addressed, that our home values will be protected. And then finally, I just wanted to mention that in the UDC, there's a section on intent, which includes several of these topics. Create orderly, harmonious, and economically sound development in order to promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the residents of the county. Lessen congestion in the streets and public ways. Control and abate the unsightly use of buildings or land, and provide for floodwater and fugitive dust management. I hope you will consider these concerns for this project and in every project that the county reviews, and that you will work hard to preserve these qualities for county residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cutler. Are there any questions? Ms. Cutler?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
Oh, hold on. Here we got Commissioner Ellens.
Is it correct that only part of the land is going to be utilized and parts of it will remain barren?
It's my understanding that the entire acreage will be utilized, but that would be something to ask the landowner.
Well, if the entire acreage is being utilized, what is the problem with dust control, since presumably it will be paved and built on?
I don't know if it will be paved and built on, I guess. And at that point, if the entire thing was paved, that would achieve the dust control.
Okay. Are there any residences that directly abut the property?
No.
Mr. Chairman, forgive me, Commissioner Ellens, I think that some of those questions would be better posed to the staff. This is an appeal from a planning and zoning decision. I mean, all of that information is already part of the record that's coming up. So I think Ms. Ainsworth would be probably the better individual to respond.
Thank you, Ms. Cutler.
Thank you.
Ms. Ainsworth?
With regard to the development, what the applicant is proposing is to develop at least a portion of the property for the church, which would include parking. They are including a future phase, which showed the overflow parking, which they may or may not develop immediately. But regardless, they are required to submit a grading permit for the entire property because they've already graded that property. And so that would include providing mitigation measures, whatever that may be. There's different methods of mitigating that dust, but they will be required to do that. They will also be required to construct an adequate storm water feature, which would then collect all the water that might be collected on that site. One of the issues with that grading is that it doesn't have any kind of stormwater control. And so that water is just washing out into the street along with the dirt. And so the entire site will have to be mitigated whenever they apply for permits for the development.
There's an allegation that the applicant was in violation of some section of the UDC, and as a result, the permit was unlawfully issued because you can't issue a permit if there's a violation pending.
They are in violation of the grading permit requirement. However, that does not prevent the P&Z from approving a special use permit. That violation can be resolved with the application of a building permit. However, they cannot be issued a building permit if the special use permit is not approved. And so it's kind of a catch-22. In order to take the appropriate mitigation measures, which are to apply and obtain for a building permit and a grading permit so that they can actually grade that property correctly, they can't do that unless they have the special use permit, which allows them to construct a church.
So it is not correct that the issuance of the special building permit.
Right, correct. The special use permit can be approved even if there are violations on the property. As long as those violations can be remedied through that special use permit or otherwise, then it's appropriate to take a decision exclusively on the land use. Correct. Okay. Yeah, and I just want to clarify that no building permit has been issued. The only thing that's approved at this point is the special use permit, which allows the land use. And that was a decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission, which is now being appealed.
Do you know if the church is going to purchase or lease the property from the landowner?
I understand that they have already purchased the property.
They have, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioner Owens?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth.
Thank you.
I know we've got Ms. Parker and Mr. Grosskopf that were also appellants, so I guess Ms. Parker? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Once you have everything down, if you wouldn't mind raising your right hand.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm going to do my best. If I have to, I will. Thank you very much, Mr. Macias.
All right. If you could raise your right hand. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. And I know, I think the last time you were up, I think the closer you speak to the microphone, we'll be able to hear you clearly, so.
Yes. Please let me know if this is okay and if you need me to change anything. We're good? Okay. Great. I just wanted to start off, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, by thanking you for your consideration at the last meeting and the consideration I know you'll give to this matter today, and for allowing me to keep my mask on. Gotta keep my hands on the arrows here. Yeah, again, please let me know if you need me to do anything differently. This special use permit, or SUP, was appealed for 3 reasons. First, my concerns over the proposed development relate to each of the 7 decisional criteria. Traffic, of course, is the most serious concern. This is a little unclear now because the last site plan that we were all given, including what's in your packets and what was given to the public, shows 197 parking spots. The construction manager shared that he doesn't know how many parking spots there are, so I'm just going to kind of base this analysis off of what we had previously, since we haven't had a chance to review that new site plan. I will just share, sorry to bring a little bit of emotion into it, but it's been exceptionally frustrating during this entire process to be presented with brand new information up on a screen at each meeting, which has happened. That happened at the February 10th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. And it's very difficult. We've also asked staff to keep us apprised of developments. I know they're very busy. There's no blame there. But as appellants, if there was a new site plan, we should have been provided with that. And so should you, so you can actually look at, what the issues are, so we all know and we're talking about the same actual project. I don't feel it's appropriate to keep moving forward with decisions when people are operating with totally different sets of information. I'll discuss the site plan a little bit later as well. But back to traffic, assuming the 197 parking spots as before, which seems about right, including the overflow that was mentioned before. This is equal to the existing number of trips on Webb each day, according to the STA, despite the county engineering department indicating that the STA did not include the most critical day, Sunday. It still predicts that traffic will increase by at least half. This will exacerbate hazards at an already dangerous intersection. Speeding occurs daily. Del Rey's 90-degree turn causes short stops, and there have been serious accidents there. The sheriff also regularly targets this area for enforcement, and a lot of pedestrian activity occurs on Webb Road. Events require that cars aggregate at roughly the same time, creating sizable pulses of traffic not generated by residential use. Existing infrastructure cannot safely accommodate this. Calculations show that pulsed arrival will cause severe backups on Del Rey, where hills limit northbound sight. Even having the parking capacity, congestion will extend through at least the northernmost blind spot, and some will drive around waiting cars on Webb, causing more accidents. There's also little room for those waiting to make a left turn onto Webb from the west leg of Del Rey. 2 driveways on Webb will not prevent the unsafe and inefficient backups. Turn lanes and other infrastructure will be needed to moderate risk and delays, yet these are expensive and the roads are too narrow for more lanes, so others' properties might be affected. The feasibility of mitigation and emergency vehicle access have not been addressed. I don't believe you should vote on this matter until a full traffic impact analysis, or TIA, has been completed. The Planning and Zoning Commission agreed that traffic was a, quote, major issue at the February 10th meeting, and unfortunately only considered requiring the TIA up front after they had already voted. Little late, but staff affirmed at that time that that could be done. And here you can see the UDC provision that allows the county to require the TIA as part of the SUP application, not at later stages. So you can postpone a decision until all necessary information is provided and the public has had a chance to comment. Other impacts are important too. Ms. Cutler addressed lighting and rear species, so I'll just note that these concern me as well. Separately, the large metal structure, parking areas, and lighting will not be cohesive with the neighborhood's appearance or covenant. Moreover, the proponents' events are extremely loud, as heard from the storage facility next to its current location. Large gatherings, larger than typical for residential use, and the proponents' use of amplifiers for its ban will disturb concentration and rest, which is especially unacceptable for sensitive individuals like infants and young children living just a couple hundred feet away. The building is designed for seating of over 374 people. That's excluding the classroom seating that isn't depicted on their plan. Just that number alone, mingling in the parking lot, will create disturbances for the neighborhood. Weddings and funerals, which were included in the applicant's scope of work, which was mentioned first at that February 10th meeting, those kind of events usually include an outdoor component as people bid farewell to the couple or wait for a funeral procession to start. Those processions also create fumes. The applicant's stated goal is to grow its congregation. The planned capacity for the building is at least 2.6 times the current congregation size expressed to the P&Z. I hope the proponent is successful with that growth, but that means that the scope of operations outlined in this application is a gross underestimate of future operations. Staff analysis says that this property is situated close to a mix of residential and commercial uses. This depends on your definition of close. There are no uses even close to the same scale as this proposal within our pedestrian or view sheds. I invite you for a short tour of the neighborhood before you vote so you can better understand these impacts. The most clearly, well, actually, I'll leave this alone, but the most clearly commercial use is that building you see, and there's only ever about 3 cars there. The parking area and building, I guess it depends on what site plan you look at, but if you look at the phase out and if you assume that it'll all be paved, that's about 3.5 acres, just eyeballing the new site plan of impervious surface, which would generate more runoff than a typical residence by a vast amount. More ponding is planned, at least in the initial site plan, than for anywhere else in the neighborhood, creating mosquito habitat. Plans or requirements for pest control are unclear, and it appears that the southwestern ponding area has actually been removed from the newest site plan, which creates concerns, especially given that's exactly where that video was taken. As well, NMED's comments on the permit imply that the lack of a complete site plan led to the damage of the septic drain field, wherever that might be located. when the property was graded and watered. I'm concerned about this reducing the function of the large septic system needed. More generally, I bought my home here well over a decade ago because of its purely residential nature and zoning to escape noise, light, congestion, and general activity. There's no need for any non-residential use here. The proponent never detailed specific benefits or contacted residents to survey our needs. And since it already operates, there's no new benefit to the greater community. They also mentioned at the February 10th meeting that they provide services like meals through other organizations, not through their own organization. I fully support that, but it doesn't lead me to believe that there are direct benefits to all of the residents of this neighborhood. Crucially, there are also many churches within a short distance of the property, 3 within 1.5 miles and almost 70 within 5 miles, not including Church's Chicken, which, by the way, if you look this up on Google Maps, it includes that as a church. So we got to fix that. Anyway, there's no lack of opportunity or similar opportunities for residents of the neighborhood, even within walking distance. On the other hand, there is continued demand for residential development in the neighborhood, demonstrated by both recent construction and new permit applications along Webb Road. I ask that you consider how you might vote if the concerns outlined today apply to another non-conforming use with similar impacts, such as a music venue or a conference center. With respect to the final criterion, the applicant's 10 months of code violations, which I'll get to more in a moment, only conducting the required STA after the P&Z literally refused to vote until they had it at the January 27th meeting, lack of compliance with the conditional SUP and instructions of code enforcement officers, and more, form a pattern of apparent disregard for the rules and best management practices. This has left the neighborhood with little confidence in the applicant's ability to carry out the rest of the process in a professional manner. The second reason to overturn this permit is because it was issued in contradiction to the various provisions of the Unified Development Code, or UDC. For context, the UDC was written to be somewhat strict, to supersede any less restrictive rules. This language does not suggest flexibility. Yet staff and the P&Z deviated significantly from UDC intent and rules. I think looking at the objectives, Ms. Cutler already addressed these, so I'll kind of skip forward. But, there's still more objective pieces here. The code is clear that the site plan and narrative must be complete and submitted with an SUP application. You still have not been provided a complete package. Items in blue are outstanding here, although items in number 3 are optional. Highlighted items here for the site plan requirements also remain missing. It's unclear if some of them are addressed in the new site plan because we can't really read it from the screen so quickly. But condition 5 of the permit acknowledges that the site plan did not comply with this section at the time of approval. These items are required because they're foundational to understanding the possible impacts of a proposed development. Without information on the building height, buffering, signage, paving, lighting, etc., it's not possible for residents to provide complete feedback or request necessary conditions to mitigate impacts. Just a moment. Okay. Since August, the applicant committed a series of physical code violations, which are listed here, some of which you've already heard about. The UDC, I believe, is very clear that no application can be approved for land on which the violation of any provision of law exists. Yet the permit was granted despite violations still occurring on February 10th. I know Ms. Ainsworth just shared a different view of how an SUP applies versus a building permit, but SUPs come under, I believe it's section 204 of the Unified Development Code, which is still within the same chapter. And I believe from a legal perspective, I am not a lawyer, and I will defer to the judge and your attorneys, but that this needs to be upheld and that it is inappropriate for not just this permit, but any permit to be to be issued when there are violations. Either that or, the code needs to change to match that. The landowner is still in violation of county and state dust rules, and so you cannot approve this permit today either. I'll probably provide proof of that in a moment. And I will also just mention that while approving this permit and moving forward with development could be one remedy for dust control, you do not need to approve this and move forward to the building permit stage for that remedy to occur. Staff, I believe it might have been Ms. Ainsworth, it might have been Mr. Rubio, I don't recall, but at the February 10th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, they made very clear that there's 2 alternate routes for remediation. It has to happen regardless of whether the SUP is approved. So the final reason to uphold this appeal is because the SUP conditions have not been met. The applicant illegally graded the over 4-acre property last August. The neighborhood's been experiencing significant dust and its effects since then. You're familiar with the county staff recommendation, but I will just say that the intent to effectively control dust emissions quickly was clear to all present at the February 10th P&Z meeting. Commissioner Thurston confirmed this in a phone conversation with me, as well as his understanding and that of his fellow commissioners that the permit would be invalidated if the condition as stated was not satisfied. If it wasn't possible for that to be satisfied, staff should not have recommended that. Either way, to this day, dust has not been effectively controlled and the permit stands. Here's a quick summary of the timeline related to condition 4. The key date is that the 10-day period was to expire on February 20th. The applicant installed silt fencing on 2 sides of the property on February 17th, but on the north and east sides, those were not completed until mid-March, well after the 10 days. Above the red line, you can see that there's no sign of fencing anywhere, and that was taken on March 10th. Even if the silt fence had been installed in a timely manner, silt fence does not meaningfully limit airborne dust, and this was confirmed by your engineering staff in phone conversations with me as well. This is also confirmed by the literature on silt fences. They're not used typically as a windbreak. Other materials are used for that, and they're often higher. You would need more than a short perimeter fence to reduce wind effects over such a large property. In these, in these clips, you can see dust originating from next to the fence inside the property, as well as blowing over the fence to the adjacent property to the homes on Creek Trail. Further, the fence hasn't been compliant with other requirements in the code, such as needing to have it anchored to the ground sufficiently. In less than 1 week after the initial installation, the fence was already in significant disrepair, limiting any utility it might have had. Here are some clips from February 23rd alone, showing that the dust in this neighborhood has been pretty severe, and we've been subjected to that for many, many months now. Some of my neighbors have claimed and talked to me about their exacerbated asthma attacks, cardiovascular health, and seizures, and they've been forced to pay for ER visits as well as new air filters more often than usual. These impacts cannot be fully rectified even if the violations are cured. And a quick note, the darker clips were taken from Creek Trail, so if you need a little more orientation on where the property actually is, I'm happy to provide that. The fence deterioration continued. And you can see that it basically hadn't been repaired for months. Many portions were completely down, missing or overtopped with sand. For most of the time since installation, the fence has been down or missing across around half of the perimeter, although it's almost fully down now, as Ms. Ainsworth's pictures showed as well. As a result, codes enforcement staff required repairs, which occurred on May 1st. You can see that even by the next day and within the first week, the fence was already in terrible shape again, and the trend continued. And these were taken just on Sunday. You can see it's basically gone. Promise I'll move on from dust shortly. Watering has occurred only about 5 times beginning March 25th, again, well after the February 20th deadline. This is despite at least 56 high wind alerts issued by the National Weather Service after February 20th for 37 different days. And winds over 20 miles an hour have occurred already 9 times this month. Watering has been wholly ineffective. And here are just some other examples of dust over time. This was actually fairly recent, on June 8th. Even after the last meeting when the applicant told you she was controlling dust, this happened. This is Del Rey and Lorena looking north. You can see, especially in the upper right clip, that there's complete brownout. The vehicles are just disappearing from sight. We recorded 14.5 minutes of emissions leaving the property within 20 minutes that day, while only 5 minutes of emissions out of 60 from a property larger than 1 acre constitutes a violation of the state's fugitive dust rule. These images prove a long-standing lack of dust control. I hope they also give you a better sense of why I and my neighbors have lost confidence in the capacity of the proponent and, quite frankly, the county to ensure the rest of the process goes smoothly if you do move forward with this permit. Your staff still recommends that you include the dust control condition, but we don't believe that will be effective or that you have really any immediate means to enforce that. There's no administrative process to revoke a permit for which a permittee is non-compliant. The only non-judicial pathway for a fair outcome that protects residents is for you to deny this permit today. If you don't, you will weaken the permitting process by making the conditions and rules hollow and encourage lack of compliance through the example of limited consequences. To close, residents deserve answer to these questions before you decide on this permit. I'll let you read most of them, and I'm happy to discuss them if you'd like, but there are a few that are important to address today. It's unclear if the site plan includes accurate rights-of-way descriptions for Lorena and Webb. If so, there's definitely conflicts with potential mitigation. Does the proponent only pay for any required mitigation on or adjacent to its own property, or does it pay for all mitigations made necessary by its project? I've received conflicting answers to this question and remain concerned that this will drain county resources unnecessarily or leave the neighborhood without mitigation for quite a while. Also, will signage and lighting be restricted to residential standards or commercial standards, given the zoning? Again, I urge you to deny this permit. I wish the proponent well in finding its new home, but it's in the long-term interest of all parties for that to happen at a more suitable location. There are other vacant lots and buildings zoned appropriately pretty close by. And while I'm sympathetic to the applicant's predicament now that it owns the property, it would be very unfair to prioritize the applicant's investment over that of all those who purchased home in this neighborhood over the years because of its current character. However, if you're not inclined to deny, please consider these additional conditions. Rather than taking time to go through these, I just ask that we return to this slide if you're leaning to approve. And finally, I'd like to share recommendations with this board for improving the permitting process and public participation related to that. But for today, I only ask that the commission be open to having this discussion once this case is finalized. Again, I thank you for your diligence in considering this case. I hope you'll reaffirm the commitment that I know you each have to protecting and improving our community by upholding this appeal. Thank you, and I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Are there any questions for Ms. Parker?
Not really. I think that we have a lot of questions, but not from Ms. Parker at this time.
Okay.
I reserve the right to have some later.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Parker. Now we have our third and final appellant, Mr. Grosskopf.
Roger Cap. Cap, K-A-P-P, Roger.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Mr. Cap.
Um,
If you don't mind raising your-
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under
Yeah.
penalty of law?
Got
Thank
it.
you.
Okay, my main concern is health. We've been in the first house ever built there, 50 years in that subdivision. We have a pool, we have a courtyard. We have dust every year. What's coming off that lot is not sand or dust. This stuff is dangerous. I'm under a health study for my lungs right now. So is Yoli. I'm not quite as old. She's 74. We're not going into where I am to jinx me. But we're having problems breathing. She has not been able to go out to her pool, her courtyard, since the wind started. Ever since that's been clear cut, it's not sand. There's something in it. We're trying to get it studied on. I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to water the plants in my courtyard because first I have to wash them with water. I'm wasting water because that stuff is not sand. It leaves a film and it's killing plants all over my property. We've been really good neighbors. We're the highest house up there. Besides, Doc is higher than us both. We paid lots of money to have people come in. Everything's below us, but we put ponding in all over our property, never moved one bush or tree. We hired someone that knew what they were doing, and they did ponds. I routed it underneath my roads. I've spent a fortune trying to be a good neighbor to everybody below me. And you don't have to in New Mexico. If the water runs in their backyard and floods their house because they built 5 foot below my property line with a little rock wall, it's not my fault. It's theirs. But we take care of it because we're good neighbors. This has been a nightmare. I mean, I can't lay down anymore because my lungs don't work. I've been there 40 years. She's been there over 50. She's having the same problem. Now, I know, I'm getting old, but this is all new. My doctor's freaking out. They're putting me on nighttime studies to check my oxygen level, find out why. I weigh all of 130 pounds, and my chest compresses at night. I can't get oxygen laying flat on my back. I had to get a hospital bed. It's not sand. We've lived there forever, and that's a major concern. My concern is make them replant something in there and water and get something to hold that stuff down. That's the most ignorant thing anybody can do in the state of New Mexico is clear cut something and walk away. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Why would you do that when you don't have a plan, anything going? I measured from the stop sign to the end of their clear cuts, 100 and I think 335 feet, okay? You guys gave us a number of 14 foot a car. You take 195 parking places. I thought it was 5. You got 7. That's 2,730 feet of vehicles exiting onto Delray more every Sunday. It doesn't matter if you put 15 exits onto Webb Road. Nothing can get by because it's a 2-lane crossroad this way, Webb's 2-lane this way. And how are you going to get you can do the math. How are you going to get all the cars off of that property without causing a lot of congestion? And I timed it to go through a stop sign legally. That's pulling up, stopping, looking both ways, and then proceeding. Not a California stop, a legitimate New Mexico stop where I can't get a ticket. Takes about 45 seconds. You take 2,730 feet of cars at 14 foot a car, you can do the math. There's no way you're going to get those out of that parking lot in any reasonable amount of time, especially if there's any people that want to use Webb Road to go out to the grocery store on Sunday. I don't know. And then you have right here this. This has got me concerned. 6,000 square foot church used for worship support services located. What are support services? That's a big hunk of dirt. I mean, can they say, well, we decided we're going to take refugees in from Afghanistan? Is that support if they're going to support them? Can they do that? It's a residential street and neighborhood. We have a covenant there. 10 years ago, they tried to put in some 1,500 square foot houses. We nixed it because there's a covenant, 2,000 square foot, half acre lots. And it's been in place 50 years. We fought it for 50 years. Most people don't even attempt to do anything like that anymore because we've been there forever. And there's a group of us that can pull together what's needed to get. And I hate to do that because it's not the church. It's the impact they're making. But, you know, a responsible neighbor, which this is a church, their response, they should be, you don't clear cut it and walk away from it and park a broken water truck out there for a month or two and tow it around with a pickup truck at 3 o'clock in the morning. So it looks like they've been moving it. That's not responsible neighbors. And, you know, everybody out there tries to be. They try to follow the covenants, ponding. I mean, that's an established neighborhood for over 50 years now. It's not a new one, it's old. But people have houses and property they've invested in. First time in my life I ever had to water my plants, wash them with water before I could water to get that dust so it doesn't go into it. I had to rinse the top off. I cover them with plastic and wash them. And everything I have is on drip irrigation, so I don't waste water. And I'm wasting more water now. My pool.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to, if you don't mind wrapping up your comments.
Fine, but I'm just saying that the health issues and all that are something that are a big concern and there's a lot of us out there that have been there for 30, 40 years. We're not getting any younger. And we've dealt with the dust. This isn't dust. This is a fine silica powder that gets in here and you can't breathe. Your lungs clog.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Camp. Is there any questions for Mr. Camp? Okay.
All right, thank you.
No,
Joe.
thank you.
What I'll ask is Mr. Grosskopf in attendance? Do you swear and affirm? What's that? I'm sorry.
Yes, I will.
Okay. Well, do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law? Thank you, sir.
Yes.
State your name for the record.
John Wayne Grosskopf.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, you can proceed. I just want to.
Pardon?
You can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this meeting. I only have one request, that you deny this special use permit. It has been nothing but disaster since day one. How can you get a permit issued to you and not read it? And go ahead and clear over 4 acres of land and subject to a whole neighborhood of dust and dirt and everything. I'm not going to go into all that because it's already been covered. My point is, if we have a group that wants to put a church there, do they have any members in the area? Not that I know of. Where are these church members going to come from? Okay. We have a very unusual intersection there that most mornings is very congested, all during the week. Sundays is no different. Where is this traffic going to exit and go? The other thing is they're asking for, they've got this permit, they're asking for approval so they can have a building permit. What's it going to look like? Trust me, we'll make it right. I don't believe so. We're going to fix the traffic congestion, the traffic problem. Trust me, we'll make it work. I don't know about you guys, but I would like to see a finalized plan of what the building's going to look like, what the traffic flow is going to look like, and what the entire area is going to look like finished. How can you approve a permit when you don't know what you're going to approve? Would you approve a trucking company next door to you? And he says, trust me, I'll make it right. No. You want to know what he's going to do. Same way here. We want to know what they want to do. They have presented no plan finalized as to where anything is going to be, no traffic analysis plan. Trust me, we'll make it work. This unit will bring no economic value to the county. It will bring no employment to the county. It will bring no revenue to the county other than a small amount of building. We know churches are usually get large tax breaks and incentives. The other thing we know about churches, they always have their hand out. Donate here, donate there. We're doing good work. Where's the work gone to? To who's it gone to? Because we don't know.
Sir, if you wouldn't mind keeping the comments, at least part for the application in particular, please. Thank you.
I'm talking to the whole group of you. So I request and urge you to look after and uphold what you swore to in your oath as your commissioners, to look after the citizens and the taxpayers of the Doñana County and not special interest group. We know nothing about this group. Trust me, we'll make it right. I don't trust anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grosskopf. Any questions, Mr. Grosskopf? Okay. So at this point, I'll allow the applicant, Ms. Gomez, to speak on her behalf. Do you swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you. And if you state your name for the record, please.
Leila Gomez, I'm the senior pastor of Power Praise Fellowship and also the purchaser of the property. First thing I want to say is that denying us today will not remedy the issues that are presented at hand today. May 17th, we submitted a new site plan that was 6 weeks ago to the county. And so that has been out here in the open for 6 weeks. May 24th, we came here for a hearing that was postponed, requested by the appellants. I want to say that all of the opposition and the resistance to us moving into their neighborhood has caused us not to be able to remedy the whole dust issue. That would have been done way back in the fall. But again, we just repeat all of this, and I don't mean to sound redundant, but Literally back in July, we had the original SUP that was granted. We paid for that, $600. Went to get water to come down from Moongate to put on the property to begin the next step. And that is when we discovered that the description attached to the SUP, the application, was the wrong lot. That was submitted totally trusting that who had printed it for us knew exactly the location. So here we go again. We purchase another application, another $600, and we put signs back out there again. So when you look at the timeline of everything, even though that we're being painted as non-compliant, that was never our goal. I told you at the first hearing that, yes, I was ignorant. I did not know we needed a grading permit. Did not know that. Me and my husband have built 3 other churches, not here, not ever in Doña Ana County, and did not know we needed a grading permit to excavate the property. The property is not even completely leveled. It is, you can tell that it's not finished, it's not done. There's more to be done, but we cannot get the grading permit until that we can get past these hearings concerning this SUP. So it is that catch-22. We have our hands tied. We can't even go onto that property. So even the watering of the property has been done around the perimeter with water going in. So as of to date, we have spent $300 weekly for watering, approximately $4,500 to date. $160 a month for tapping into water off-site because we can't bring the water down. $550. We have made our monthly payments on the property on time, totaling $9,000. We have purchased 2 permits at $1,200. We have paid for engineering plans, $7,500. All total, $22,750, which a great portion of that could have already remedied this dust situation. So we are just as frustrated because we have made several attempts to go out there and repair the silt fencing to no avail. It will not last. We are known for the high winds in this area. We realize that. This shouldn't even be happening right now. In Dara Parker's letter, I just want to quote a couple of things that she said back on January the 20th, that we would weaken the basis for our investment as well as our property values. Mr. Caldezado will speak here in just a moment. He has, been our designer and, of course, our general contractor, and he will tell you what our anticipated value will be. If you're familiar with that area, it is not a Picacho Hills, not even close to that. Our concern has been that it would weaken our property value. That one of the other things that she stated in her letter is that we would increase noise production affecting the neighborhood to the east. What stands between us and the neighborhood to the east is about 10, 12 acres. We are not at their doorstep. We are not even in their backyard. That if we, if we purchase there, that it would increase trash dumping. There has been no issues with trash dumping to my knowledge as of to this date. In the appeal application, it was said that Lila Gomez, appears to have perjured herself at the January 27th meeting while under oath. That's a slander to my character, that I would lie under oath, being a licensed and ordained minister for 22 years. Also in the appeal application that our lighting would interrupt their sleep, which our lighting has to abide by county code. None of the lighting is upward. All of it is in that downward mode according to county code. That we have disturbed endangered species, although that we are surrounded by approximately 16 acres of undeveloped land to the north and to the east of us, to the south of us. I would say approximately about 10 acres. So there is definitely plenty of dwelling place for any species that they claim that we might have endangered. That are required ponding to meet code will now create a mosquito habitat. Almost can't win for losing here. That a church is not needed in the community, when in fact we submitted a petition that one of our members circulated with 21 signatures in that area. I wanted to just bring across to you that these three appellants, Mr. Grosskopf lives approximately 0.9 miles from the area. I'm sorry, that's Trish Cutler. Miss Parker lives 1.2 miles from the area, and Mr. Grosskopf lives 0.6 miles from the area. The county sent out 24 letters, according to code, according to your regulation, within 300 feet. And yet these three live 0.6 to 1.2 miles away from the proposed site. I don't believe that we'll need to find another area to build. I believe with all of my heart that this will proceed, and it needs to happen rapidly. It needs to happen today so that we can move on and remedy the complaints of our neighbors that would have never happened in the first place had it not been appealed and opposed back in October. I would like to see our designer be able to come up and speak with you and answer questions that perhaps I cannot in the way that he could, but I am willing to take any questions, anything that I do have knowledge of. It's just that he has knowledge of so much more.
Okay, thank you, Pastor Gomez. Are there any questions?
Not at
Commissioner Reynolds?
not at this time.
Okay.
I have some questions, but let's do it the rest of the testimonies first.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair, did you have questions?
Mr. Chair, if we move on from today to what is your time frame to remedy all this to build that church?
Oh, to build the church? We're probably looking at about a space of anywhere between a year to two.
A year to two.
Yes, but that does not mean that we don't have a plan in place to remedy the issues that are at hand and to develop the property.
No, I'm just asking about the building. Mr. Chair, who can answer this question? What is the noise ordinance hours, Mr. Macias, with the county?
I'll let our attorney respond, but again, the noise ordinance, there really isn't one that truly exists during the course of the day.
Okay.
It's really hours late at night.
Oh, the late.
And I'm assuming there could be a midnight mass, but I mean, my experience is that the operations would be outside of the application of the noise ordinance.
So my next question is, what would you be your time of services? Is it just Wednesday, Sunday?
No, it's
What
only
days?
Sunday at
Only
10:45 in the morning, and it usually lasts to about 12:45, and that includes everybody leaving the property. We do have a small group, maybe 4 people that will show up on a Wednesday, and they record a service that is aired on Thursday.
So you don't have any Bible study or any other events during the week?
No, there are no planned. We do have random youth gatherings that might be about 20 to 25, and all of this has been submitted in prior hearings, saying what our daily schedule is and our weekly. We do host funerals, as they come up, weddings, those types of events, but none of that is late at night, and none of that is, anything that would disturb any of the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Pastor Gomez. I know you said we had the engineer or the builder. If you wouldn't mind coming back up, I don't know if there's like to address anything or if there's any questions from the commission.
Any questions? Steve Calderon for the record. I'm the general contractor.
Okay.
Anything? Okay, sure. So, well, let me just sort of try and wrap this up of what our intent right now is, because I think we're mixing things. I'm hearing stuff about building design. I have yet to see a floor plan. I haven't talked to her about a design of a building. We're just generally talking about a square footage, 6,000 square feet, this rectangle on this property. So let's talk about the set. That's one issue. So now we have this issue right here is we have a dust control problem. We have a dust control problem. We can't get our construction permit, our grading permit, I'm sorry, to mitigate that for the county and for these residents until this SUP gets approved. I mean, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. So SUP gets approved. Pastor Gomez has already paid for construction documents. Plans are ready to submit for construction to address the issue of erosion control. I'm talking about landscape rock, I'm talking about compacted parking areas. We're not even close to talking about, what that building looks like. And, I mean, I know Ms. Gomez is talking about 1 to 2 years, but, we haven't even talked about the building. We're trying to mitigate the site, keep the dust down on the site, and we can't do that until we get the SUP approved. But we're prepared today to submit for permit with construction documents. She continues to invest in trying to mitigate this issue for the residents and for the county. So, we're just sitting here waiting for direction, really. That's where we're at.
And I think as Mr. Macias had suggested, I mean, I'm okay with, I think there's some of these questions. And there's an ability that you might have to be able to address some of the questions here.
I can go down each point at what traffic mitigation will be required. I mean, listen, you guys, we have a process in place that says, okay, here's the trigger, traffic impact analysis. So then we're responsible for determining what's going on with the traffic over there. And we do that so that we can make decisions like, okay, well, this intersection is not going to be good. It's not going to happen. So that triggers the next thing. We either make that intersection bigger, the road has to get bigger, those kinds of things. So we already have these things in place here to deal with this kind of stuff. So as soon as the TIA gets triggered, we will go ahead and pay. And I don't know if you know how much a TIA is, but on average, you're talking about $15,000, $16,000 for an engineer to go analyze the traffic, right? So that's down the road. We're not even close to that just yet. What we're trying to do is control the dust out there. That's it. That's what we're trying to do, to get out of this whole fine issue and the deal with the county. How tall will the building be? I mean, I would say you're probably looking at about 20 to 25 feet total in max height. It's going to be developed just like every other commercial property with whatever the minimum landscape requirements are, 25% of your total property area. All of these things are already in place. We're not reinventing the wheel. We're just following the process that you guys have for us. And it's all within the rules that you have. So I'm not sure beyond that what other information I can provide for you but until then, we're literally stuck just in wait.
Okay. Are there any questions from the commission?
And I will say that this zone, sorry to interrupt, the zoning for this particular piece of property allows for institutions. The factor that's creating this issue is the fact that it's a religious institution that's creating this SUP requirement. If I were building a vet center there, they would have nothing to say because it's within the zoning code, I'll just build it. They have there's no recourse here. But the fact that it's a religious designation puts it into this SUP level. And so, you know what I'm saying? So this is where we are.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes, I'm sorry. Please repeat your name so I can hear it again.
Steve Calderazzo.
Can I call you Steve?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, first thing, Steve, when we first looked at this, I mean, from the surface, it looks like you guys should have your church there, okay?
I'm sorry, say that again?
I said from the surface, the first glance at this, it looks like you guys should have your church there, okay?
Okay.
However, as I've listened to some of the comments and listened to the responses, I'm starting to be concerned, okay? With 197 parking spots, as one example, and there's several things I'd like to cover if you have time. with 197 parking spots, let's say you don't do 45 minutes in a regular stop, you do a California coast, which is still about 30 seconds plus the traffic coming out. With 197 cars, it's going to take you about an hour, about 233 minutes to get out of the parking lot if you have a full parking lot. Have you considered that?
Yeah, and one of the things that we really need to talk about is, it's just completely dysfunctional to have a single exit off Webb Road. That's not going to work.
But that's what your approval is for.
No, I understand. There's a SUP requirement on there that says we have to have a single ingress, egress out of that site. That's going to be problematic.
Exactly.
That's the only thing I agree with Ms. Parker on here is that there's going to be a traffic problem on Webb Road if you only have one ingress, egress. Now, listen, it's a church. They get together, once a very, very, very little time. I mean, there are churches all over this county, all over the city right now that let out in the middle of the city that have no issue. I don't even know why we're stuck on cars leaving the parking lot of a church, to be perfectly honest with you. But I do think we need to revisit the idea of exiting onto Lorena.
Well, see, I think you need to revisit the whole thing with the traffic simply because looking at the intersection, which seems to be one of problem, I have to agree with that looking at the picture. Looking at 297 parking spots, I mean, even your patrons are going to take as much as an hour minimum, I'd say, just to get out of the parking lot if you have it even half full. And so the way it is now with one parking spot or one exit, when you exit there, you still got only one exit to get out onto Webb. Was it Webb Road? I think it is.
It's Lorraine.
Yeah, Lorraine. Sorry, on the Lorraine Low, you've only got one exit there, and that's a 2-lane highway. I would project or believe that we're going to have to expand that area to provide a couple of extra lanes to get in and out of the church. In my opinion, like with McDonald's. If McDonald's puts in a restaurant or something, they're required to actually put in extra lanes and pay for lights and all kinds of things. Are you guys looking at possibly paying for the light in that intersection to take care of the traffic problem that's going to exist because of that? That's pretty extensive consideration.
No, and not to interrupt, but I mean you guys have provisions already for me. I mean, it says here, this is what, it triggers this, it triggers X, it triggers this. I mean, we're not reinventing the wheel here. We're talking about a church, pretty standard near a residential neighborhood, in the desert where dust blows. I don't understand what the issue is. The church is not responsible for traffic in that area. The county is responsible for traffic on the
I'm sorry.
They're responsible for the 4 lanes, if it has to be 4 lanes.
I think I disagree with you on that. I think now maybe I'm wrong.
Do you think the church is responsible for the traffic?
Yes, if you create traffic, there are allowances in some code to say that you're responsible for the cost for the county to go and expand the road. That's a commercial requirement sometimes for that. So if you do create a traffic situation that has to be mitigated by the county, we have 2 options: to not allow you to do that, or to ask you guys to participate in actually alleviating the problem by possibly creating extra lanes on your property. Those are some of the options we have to do that. So I'm not saying, no, we're not responsible. We are responsible. If you create a road that meets our standards, then as a person who does building and construction, then yes, we can take over the maintenance of the road, but we don't necessarily put every road in the county. In any development, the developers are generally put in the infrastructure based on our guidelines, and then once that's in place, we will take over the road and take control of it. If your TIA determines that it's your extra traffic and your presence in that intersection, which is already a problem, needs to have additional lanes or needs a light or something like that, we in the county may ask you guys to cover that charge. Okay?
No question. I mean, I think that's standard, though. That's my point, is I think that's pretty standard, is like, for example, if it requires us to have a deceleration lane before we turn into the site. That's my responsibility as a developer. That's Ms. Gomez's responsibility to pay for it. That's part of our contribution to community development. So we're well aware of that, and we're well aware of the rules that dictate that. And that's my only point, is we're just going through the process that you guys have outlined for us. We're within everything that you have laid out, within the boundaries of the zoning, the requirement. Yeah, you know what? They cleared that 4 acres out, and it's a mess now. But we, in good faith, have tried to remedy that. And every single week, without fail, they pay $300 to have that stuff watered. So, you know, I mean, I just find myself in a scenario where this doesn't seem so, it just doesn't seem like something that, you know, we should be even, you know, litigating right now, really, to be honest with you, that this is so unusual that we're trying to put a church in a neighborhood that's relatively far away from the residences. And the real big question is traffic mitigation. And that hasn't even been triggered yet because we haven't gotten to the point where we need to trigger a TIA and really analyze those intersections. And again, we haven't delved into that yet. We're trying to mitigate the dust control right now, trying to cover that whole lot with rock, compacted fill for the parking lot so we don't have to go back and redo things. So more or less, we have a parking schematic laid out. The county calls for, the county's parking requirements are not so easy to get to. They're not listed under building service or community development. You have to go through engineering to get them. And if I'm not mistaken, I want to say we have more than enough parking in terms of the parking area. Nothing's definitive there, and I think we're stuck on how many parking spaces there are, and we shouldn't be stuck there yet. You know, I'm in here just trying to mitigate the dust control. And I'll worry about the design of the parking lot and the number of parking and the code requirement and the zoning stuff at the time that it's appropriate. But right now, we're just trying to keep Ms. Gomez from having that church bleed out more money from the fines and from the continuous watering and from the delays in trying to get this SUP so we could trigger our permit process and we can remedy the issue with the dust. That's where we're at.
Any other questions for Mr. Calderosa?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Macias, did you look like, I don't know if you were going to say something or
I just wanted to try to bring some clarity to what I think is really before the commission. But if you're still taking testimony.
I was going to. I did have some questions before we went through for input from those in favor and against, but I had a question for Ms. Ainsworth.
Okay.
And so do I.
Ms. Ainsworth, I know it was brought up earlier around the special use permit procedure. And looking at it right now, 350-204- Section B, and it talks about what is required with the application of a special use permit. And among those things, under B3, it says grading and drainage plan, traffic impact analysis, or an environmental impact statement may be required. So at what point would a traffic impact analysis be required during this process?
When we receive the application, we do circulate that to other departments for review. And depending on what type of development they're proposing or what type of use they're proposing, then those departments that are reviewing partners may require some of those items prior to making a recommendation. And it's typically with much larger developments, like you might see an industrial development going in an area where there aren't necessarily roads already existing, or they understand that it's an area that is already subject to flooding issues. If there are site-specific issues such as those, then those departments have the ability to request certain information and documents and plans prior to bringing that case forward for a public hearing.
Okay. Is there any way to know whether or not those were required as part of this application?
They were not. They were not required as part of this application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Reynolds?
So there's no environmental testing or considerations required for this lot? Or
There are no such requirements in the county ordinances.
Okay. So the only thing as I understand it, it looks like the only thing that's really the major problem is the fact that they cleared the land before they had the right to do so. Is that it?
That's correct.
Okay. What are your thoughts about additional entrances and exits off the property and maybe coming off on a Lorena Road? Do you see that as probably going to have to happen or not?
Well, that condition that was placed on the special use permit was due to a recommendation by the Engineering and Roads Department. And because those are county-maintained roads,
they make the determination on whether or not access will be allowed. And I understand that there has been a conversation between the applicant and the engineering department, but no decision has been made on whether or not they will allow access off of La Reina.
So the thing that bothers me the most is that intersection and the fact that we're going to dump a lot of traffic onto a 2-lane road with a single source, and the time it's going to take and the frustration it's going to, create, plus the traffic that's already coming on Lorena Road as it is with the intersections. If you have to go down Lorena Road and then turn left and you're backed up trying to go left or trying to go right, I mean, it's no telling how long it could take for that to happen. So it's going to just create more congestion, more frustration. So when are we going to know whether the road department will allow another entrance or exit, and what do we need to do about that?
The applicant needs to provide a proposal with any information that the engineering department might require so that they can fully consider whether or not they're going to allow that. So I don't have an answer at this point, but that would probably occur at the time that they apply for a building permit. And then the engineering department will make any additional requests regarding documentation that TIA will probably inform the decision. So I suspect that it would be done in conjunction with a building permit review.
Let me kind of put this thing into perspective and from my view, just for a second. If we say yes, and they go ahead and start to develop the land, start to give their plans and submit a building permit, and yet the road problem then comes up and doesn't exist, I mean, they could put $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 into developing this for us just to look at the plan and say, it still doesn't work. I'm concerned that could happen because without any plans, without a good serious idea of where the building's going to be located on the property, without the idea of where the retention ponds are going to be, which, by the way, you can actually put pills in those to keep those from having mosquitoes. Okay, we use them all the time in the county. But having no idea where the retention's going to be, haven't studied the water flow, exactly how it's going to go, and don't have all the information, it's tough for me to ask them to put $30,000 or $40,000 into getting to a point where we now look at it and say, yeah, you've got a good plan or you've got a bad plan. I'm concerned that you guys are going to continue to put money into this and still not come up with a good solution 5 months from now. That's my biggest concern. I can see this problem, especially because of the intersection, the way it's located, and where you tentatively are going to put the church. You're going to come back to us 2 or 3 months from now, or 4 months from now, and you say, now we've got $40,000. Now you got to approve all the rest of our plans, and we may not be able to. I'm really concerned about that. And just listening to some of the discussion, not getting a good, clear answer from anybody on your side about how you're going to mitigate some of the stuff has also left me even more confused. And so I don't know what to say right now. I'm at a loss. But that's why we need more leadership from you about what we should be doing, Christine.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, this application is a land use application. So what they have applied for was whether or not this use is appropriate on that parcel, whether or not a church is compatible with the surrounding residential neighborhood. And that is what the recommendation is based on. We do have other reviewing partners, as I mentioned, who look at this application and will determine if there's any potential issue from a technical standpoint, but we are not doing an in-depth technical review. That happens when we review for building permit. That technical analysis is done by staff when they submit for a building permit. They may come in with a plan and it has a storm drain feature and they provided calculations, and for some reason they need to make some adjustments. The pond isn't large enough, it's not deep enough, whatever. Then they can make adjustments to their application. They can have their engineers review comments from staff and make changes to that plan. It may require reducing some of their parking to accommodate a larger storm drain structure. They may have to adjust some of their parking to accommodate all of the landscaping that's required in our code. All of those adjustments can be made through building permit review. But I have never seen a situation where somebody applied for a building permit, presented a development, and there was just no feasible way that that development could occur based on technical issues. If they had to adjust the drainage structures, if they had to add more landscaping, if they had to change some of the design of their building to meet fire code, those are things that could be resolved through a design. However, what we're looking at and what the Planning and Zoning Commission looked at was the land use and whether or not it's compatible. And that's what the decision was based on. Obviously, you also have the ability to consider input from the surrounding neighborhood who will be impacted by that land use. And that's something that at a staff level, we do not consider when we make recommendations. We only look at the land use compatibility, the surrounding area, and similar situations where you have compatibility between those types of land uses. So I just wanted to clarify that, you're not being asked to make a decision on the technical merits of their plan. You're making a decision based on the land use component, which is being applied for, and obviously taking into account the testimony that you've heard. I also just wanted to clarify, there was a statement made with regard to other institutional uses being permitted outright, and that is not correct. The special use permit is required for other types of similar uses, commercial or institutional. And in fact, there is case law that prohibits religious facilities from being treated differently than other similar uses. So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. And thank you for that clarification. Okay. Mr. Macias, did you?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to follow up on this little discussion, and I'm not trying to oversimplify, but I'm trying to make sure that the commission understands basically the role that it has. Let me ask you to go to page 165 of your package, please, or your packet. On page 165 is the order approving a special use permit for a church located on the northeast corner of Webb Road and La Reina Road. Okay, so let me first start by saying what the Planning and Zoning Commission did was conditionally approve this. And I'm not trying to shortchange anything, but if you go to item number 6 on the first page, at the bottom of the page, this is the issue that is in contention. And really, this is the only issue before the commission. It is the finding was that the proposed church use will not be detrimental and will not affect the health, safety, and welfare of the surrounding area. Building services, engineering, and flood commission requirements will ensure the structure and the site is constructed using best management practices. If you go back to the second page, the order, again, it's a conditional approval. The Planning and Zoning Commission made a determination that a church being placed on that property was appropriate. That is the actual item that is being appealed. If you look at the conditions, and everybody has a risk. Everybody has a risk or assumes a risk when you have to meet certain conditions before you can really use the property for that purpose. The first one is access to subject property is limited, access limited to Webb Road. No access from La Reina Road will be allowed. That's a finding of the Planning and Zoning Commission. It isn't necessarily that that's what, the applicant wants. Number 2, the access is to be at least 150 feet from the intersection of La Reina and Webb. Number 3, based on STA information received, and that's related to the traffic, a TIA, traffic impact assessment, will be required at the building permit submittal, and a certificate of occupancy will not be issued unless mitigation, if any, required by the traffic impact report is addressed. Number 4, applicant must provide erosion and dust control measures within 10 days from the date of the decision to correct grading without a permit and will be subject to triple fee. And finally, the other condition, applicant must comply with the site plan requirements pursuant to the site plan and all county and state grading and permitting building permit requirements at the building stage. So I'm saying this respectfully. But when the builder says, you know, you guys are really looking at too much of the detail, he's right. The issue is broader for you. All of these other issues that are being looked at in perhaps minutia is part of the regular process, and the applicant is going to have to meet those conditions before they can do anything on the property. So really, what you're being asked to do here is decide whether or not the Planning and Zoning Commission was appropriate in making a determination that this property can be used for the building of a church. All of the other detail has to be met in terms of compliance with the county regulations. So, you know, be careful in terms of saying, well, I'm not clear that I like how you're structured on the property or what. There's no plan yet. There's really no legitimate plan pending before this commission. It is whether or not the Planning and Zoning Commission made an appropriate decision in saying that it's appropriate for a church through the special use permit process, and whether the conditions are appropriate in order to support the effort. So if someone's going to invest some money, I mean, they're going to invest it in a traffic impact report that's going to come back as part of the application process. And then the planning and the development of the church and its layout and the landscaping, all of that follows as part of the compliance with county regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Sorry, I didn't.
So we can, I think we have a hand up here, but other than that, and one over here, do we want to entertain those, or do we want to go into closed session for a second to talk about this?
I was going to allow
I would
Ms.
complete the
Parker.
testimony.
I was going to allow Ms. Parker to speak. I know I see Representative Small is in the back as well. And then open and allow with witnesses or any other input. We'll put a time limit of 3 minutes on the input piece of it. And then.
And Mr. Chairman, I would encourage you that at this point to put a time limit on any of the comments, because everybody, unless they have absolutely not spoken and were cut off because we started interjecting with questions. Otherwise, then it is going back and forth over the same material.
No, I understand. And so, Ms. Parker, if you want to go ahead and come back up. And then, like I said, we'll allow also Representative Small an opportunity to speak as well.
Are we able to bring my presentation back up?
We certainly can.
There's a slide that would be helpful here. I have about 8 points I'd like to address that have been brought up, but I will restrict myself to one key point, and that is that the devil is always in the details. Your staff, which are I really appreciate your staff. I want to make that clear. They have way more experience than I have with this. This is my first experience, essentially. However, I've been reading the code very carefully, and I see some contradictions in the claim that we're not here to discuss details, because the code requires for an SUP, not the building permit, but it requires these steps, a scope of work, hours of operation, and all the details, including the number of parking spots, I believe is in there, the location, arrangements, dimensions of property, and all proposed uses, buildings, structures. You can read this. I don't need to reiterate it, but I ask that you read this because this is required for an SUP application. If the details were not intended to be litigated at this stage so that the public and you have a chance to understand, if you just say, is a certain type of land use appropriate? Well, it could be. If this was a much smaller church with a much smaller parking area and fewer cars and soundproofing, maybe there would be no issue. But this is, I believe, and again, I really feel inclined to defer to your staff, but there's this contradictory legal message here that doesn't quite make sense to me. I believe that because We are the residents of that area, and I believe everyone, whether they live close or far, has an equal right to comment on this, but we live off of Webb Road. We have to drive through this intersection multiple times just about every single day. Some other individuals, including those in the petition, that address is 0.7 miles away and not off of Webb Road. Again, I still respect their support for the church, and that has nothing to do with me. That's something for you to consider. But nonetheless, these details are important to us to understand whether this land use is appropriate. And if only the general concept of whether a church is appropriate, that could have been dealt with the zoning regulations in general without requiring an SUP that included all these very detailed requirements. So again, I have a lot of other things I'd like to share, but in the interest of everyone's time, I will leave it at that. I just ask you to reconsider these requirements in the code. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Representative Small, I'd give you an opportunity. I know you're here. If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Manager Macias, and Attorney. Want to say a few things.
State your name for the record.
Yeah,
Sorry.
absolutely. My name is Nathan Small. I'm privileged to represent House District 36 in the New Mexico State Legislature. I'm here because of concerns that have been raised by some of the area neighbors whom I represent. I want to say that it is incredibly important. I've been very fortunate to find a church home. I fully understand, respect, and support the importance of that. Also, as a lot of my work within the legislature has been to get more resources for infrastructure investments, including on our East Mesa that you all have been incredible partners on. With those things being said, I would simply want to urge the commission, as you all are doing right now, to very carefully consider the challenges and some of the concerns being raised by residents, and appropriately as you balance the important interests that are being raised by proponents. And really to look towards finding something that this commission is confident will alleviate the agreed upon issues that have been, I think, very clearly stated and shown. So it is a tough challenge for you all. Nonetheless, some of the infrastructure concerns that have been raised, it does seem to me are very fair because those will impact a growing area that is kind of infrastructure constrained. So I wanted to share those, and I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Small. Before you go, I don't know if there's any questions for Representative before you. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you so much. Mr. Caladaso, I know you saw your hand up, and so we'll allow you really quickly if you had a couple things to add, and then we'll open up to public input.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I just want to go down the list of things real quickly of what this D2L medium density zoning allows to construct it on that property. Without, we wouldn't even be here. I could do an apartment or condominium complex, a duplex, any home occupation, single family dwelling, community types. I can do a bed and breakfast there. I can do food truck, push carts, institutional. I can do a community building, public and private. Agriculture, farming and ranching, stable, private education. I can do childcare there or as a home occupation. Industrial. I could do a utility building on that property, wastewater lift station and substation, minor, private, or public. That's all without having this hearing. So now trigger this hearing because it's an SUP. Residential, institutional, recreation and sports facilities need a special use permit in D2L. Religious institutions need a special use permit in D2L. So the zoning allows for this church to be there. This designation under special use permit under D2L is calling because it's a religious institution, this special scrutiny. I mean, that's really, we're in here because it's a religious designation. Because if it was just a utility building, I'd be building it right now. We'd be done with this, right? So, I mean, we need to consider some of those other things. This isn't just, about those about the 3 neighbors over there that are complaining about it? Because I think what I'm hearing is if ideally the scenario would be if they had their way with it, we'd just throw gravel all along it or replant old vegetation and they're out their lot. I mean, I don't know what their solution is to it in terms of developing that piece of property to prevent, I don't know, I guess all the dust and major traffic problem. And it sounds like we're dealing with Iraq over here, but it doesn't seem that significant. And I'm just having a hard time understanding what the hangup is.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, so we'll open up to public comment. What I do ask is we'll be limited to 3 minutes given the consideration of time. If there is already a point that's been made, I ask that we not continue to make that point. What it is you can come up, say you're in support, or if there's additional items you would like to bring up, you're more than welcome to. So, like I said, if there's input from either of those in support or against, I welcome you up. And if you don't mind raising your right hand, do you swear in front of the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. State your name for the record.
Tiffany Becker.
Thank you, ma'am. Please continue.
I'm not sure the gentleman the last one that was opposed to it, I don't want to butcher his name. He did say that he's not aware of any residents that attend that church. I attend that church, and I'm within less than a mile from the proposed building site. So yes, there are church members that do attend that church that live in the area. One thing as far as the traffic is concerned, I can say that Creek Trail also leads to Westmoreland. So there is another way for residents in that area to potentially go in and out of that area. But that's all I wanted to bring to you guys, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Reynolds, did you have a question? Okay, got it. Sorry, Mr. Grosskopf, did you?
That was addressed by the Planning Commission about people coming from the church area. Now, I'm not opposed to the church, but what the Planning Commission addressed at the time of the one meeting was people coming from that church area onto Webb Road, going up to Creek Trail, over to Westmoreland, and coming back around to avoid the congestion of the exit onto Lorena or Webb roads there. That's all I wanted to say on that.
Sorry, thank you. Gentlemen here, please come on up. Raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you. State your name for the record.
Ricardo Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Please proceed.
I'm a churchgoer, a church member of Power of Praise Fellowship. I've been attending there for some years. And like my shirt says, Jesus saved my life. Without that church, I don't think I'd be a productive citizen of this community. We're living in some dangerous times. We need God, and we need people that are willing to be able to do the work of God, and we need a place for that. And I believe that the property that we have is that place for it. God bless you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Good afternoon. If you can raise your right hand.
Good afternoon.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. State your name for the record.
My name is Edith Nelson. I'm a disabled vet, and I live out in the Westmoreland area. It's called the Mesa La Jolla subdivision. And after today's meeting, I see that we have another road coming in, Desert Spring Way or Desert
Wind.
Desert Wind Way. And it's going to connect with Highway 70, and it's going to bring the traffic down our way. It hasn't been decided on where that's going to connect up with I-25, but there's two other subdivisions going on. There's one off of Sunland, which is off of Chiricahua, That traffic either has to go Westmoreland or Lorena. And then the other project is going in over by the dam and over off of Thorpe Road, and that's another subdivision. That traffic can either go I-25 or come back in Delray, which comes to the intersection of Lorena. So that's my concern about the other traffic that's in the area that hasn't even been discussed or considered yet because of other developments. And I'm opposed to the church because of the traffic and so forth that's been discussed. I'm not a churchgoer. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Barbara Anderson. I'm a retired law enforcement officer, and I do look at everything as far as from a safety issue. Webb is a very narrow two-lane road, and it's already been established. And somebody said, you know, anything that would go there would be a problem. Anything that would go there would be a problem if you have, again, 195 cars leaving or 197 cars leaving at the same time. We as residents have a right to feel safe in our homes. What happens if there's an emergency? How are we going to get out? I have a husband that's ill. If I have to get him to the emergency room or something, how am I going to get out? I live further up. I can't go through Creek Trail to get to Westmoreland to get, yes, there are other connecting roads, but if the traffic is on Webb trying to get out and I'm trying to get out, I don't have any emergency equipment to get through. This narrow road, how is emergency equipment going to get back on there with all these vehicles? It's going to bottleneck. I know, I can see it, like I say, you notice anything in Las Cruces that when the traffic backs up, anything, parades, anything like that, people are waiting forever. And what happens when people wait is they get impatient and they get careless. And somebody's going to get hurt. When somebody gets hurt, who's going to be responsible? Who are we going to tell then? Who are we going to say? Because something, you know, people are going to get careless. They get careless there. I live there and I see people passing on this two-lane road just in the morning going home or coming from work. You know, that is my concern. What is going to happen with all this traffic? And it has to be a concern because this isn't something that's going to go away. I mean, it's not, the traffic there is too much now for that little road. But as residents, we try to compensate for each other for the stop signs. I have a stop sign coming off of my road, so I'll be stuck on my road trying to get on Webb forever because, you know, we're going to have to yield to the traffic that's already there. So if it backs up, very likely we'll never get out. And I'm saying in case of an emergency, I'm not saying to go to the grocery store or to, you know, just to go for a Sunday drive. I have no qualms about it being a church, none whatsoever. But like I say, anything that would be there that would put that much traffic out on that little road at that exact, all at one time would cause a problem. It wouldn't, you know, but even an apartment complex, what are the chances that all 197 people would be leaving at the same time? Thank you.
Thank you. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Very good. State your name for the record, please.
My name is April Aguilar, and I attend Power of Praise Fellowship. A lot of the concerns I keep hearing, you know, especially about traffic is, you know, when Las Cruces is small, you know, we're growing, and you guys are doing such a great job in making our roads wider and doing so much for our community. One of the issues she was bringing up was like, you know, emergencies. Well, cars have to pull off to the side of the road to let officers, police enforcement in. So I don't think that that's going to be a problem. And then also like church services, we are showing up like staff has to be there an hour early. We're staff. So half of us are there early. So really the only like traffic time would be the 12:45 when everyone gets out Sunday morning, 12:45. That's really the only thing, the only concern that I see. But also, I don't really like to bring religion into this, but I did feel attacked by a gentleman when he was saying that all churches want is for you, they just stick their hand out, because that's not true. My church is not like that. We are not like that. We care for our community, and there are so many homeless people. There are so many people on drug addictions, and that's who we're targeting. We're targeting people who have drug addictions. My kid's dad, I was a single mother of 5 children. My kid's dad, he's on drugs. Thank God he provided me with a husband to help me support my family, but my church is more than that. We support our community no matter what no matter their stance on this. But I do feel like, and then the lady did mention happen to say, she's not a churchgoer. I just please urge you to just, take religion out of this and just see it as a normal building if we have to do that, just to be civil. Thank you.
Thank you. Not during public input. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Well, on something that she was saying about
Ma'am,
people have to move over.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Are there any other comments for public input? Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. State your name for the record.
Jessica Mendoza.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza.
So I've been under the other end of the spectrum under Judge Macias before, and now here I am on another end, and it feels really great. And I'm very thankful for it, first of all, thank to God. Secondly, my church family, they hold me very accountable for anything in this lifetime. My family is a family of 6. We're a large family. When we all got COVID, we're not with our hand out. Our family, I call it my family, the church came through daily for us, bringing us meals so we wouldn't leave our home and get other people sick. They provided my family of 6 with 3 meals a day through that time so that we wouldn't have to expose other people. So it's not that we're with a handout. Like, that comment itself offended me, because if there's one thing we're not, is that I'm not in a position to give largely, but we give because I have somewhere for my kids to go every Sunday or for youth gatherings. I have a 17-year-old who has never been out on a Friday night, but he's at church every Sunday morning. So that's my home, and that's where I get emotional about this. And I just hope that you all take that into consideration, because there's a lot more like me.
Thank you. Okay. Any other public input? Okay. Commissioners, I don't know if anybody has any questions before I allow the applicant and the appellant kind of one last to conclude their testimony. Okay. Pastor Gomez, I'll allow you if you have any final words, and then I'll come back to the appellants.
Well, I want to say this, that at this point, I'm just thinking about tacos. I have not eaten all day, and I'm starving, okay? So I really appreciate all of you guys staying. It shows that you are, passionate about, this decision that's before you. I do want to say that we know that there is a TIA that's needed. It sounds to me like that area is going to have to do something, whether we're there or not, concerning the traffic and all of that I've heard, I don't live up in that area. We purchased the property, and I believe that we're going to be able to, do what God has mandated us to do. But, I listen to these residents, and they have a genuine concern about the traffic and the safety. And I think that concern was there before we even presented this. And now here we are, and they definitely have, great concerns. But I can say this, that if we're the ones required to get the TIA, God means for us to do it, we'll do it. That just means better roads are coming in for you guys. That's really what it comes down to, is the safety of, residents that are part of Doña County. They're entitled to that. We don't want to be in an unsafe situation either. We're talking about residents. What about my congregants that show up? I don't want them in that unsafe situation either. But it was the county, again, that told us we could not have any, access or egress concerning Lorena. Well, something has to change, eventually something has to change, whether it's us going in there or a future recreation center. There is 16 acres of property all around me, as I told you earlier, 10 acres to the south. It's going to continue to be developed. We are growing. So eventually something's going to have to change. And if that begins with us, then so be it. And so I want you to know that even though that some of you have showed concerns as far as our finances, please don't. Anything we've ever set our, self to do, we've completed that. And so we want things done right, whatever that is going to take. And we want things done safely. I have the responsibility, and one day I'll stand before God for hundreds of people. Alone on my staff is 40. So understand that I have a lot of families that I'm responsible for, that I love dearly, that I would lay down my life for. So I'm not, looking to cause harm or a dangerous situation. But we do need to stay with the fact of the SUP. And we have met that criteria to the best of our ability. And I say that because that whole issue with the dust, our hands are tied. We can't even step foot on that property and fix that issue properly until that we can resolve this whole SUP issue, move forward. We're ready to purchase that grading permit, get that area fixed, and proceed from then on. So I'm not worried about the money that we have to invest. I'm not worried about it. God's not worried about it. Please don't concern yourself with it. Let's just move forward today and receive this so that we can go on with what needs to happen.
Thank you, Pastor Gomez.
Any other questions for me?
Okay. Ms. Parker, Mr. Groskopf, Ms. Cutler, if you wanted to. What's that?
There are a couple things that concern me. One is that the county is saying that the only way to rectify the illegal grading is to grant a special use permit. And to me, that seems like a bad precedent to be setting. Are you signaling to anybody that all they have to do is go in and grade and they're going to get their special use permit? Also, I don't understand why the landowner can't set foot on the property to do dust control without the special use permit. We've seen a truck there. We've seen a water truck there. I don't know, maybe they watered it 5 times or something like that, out on the property. So I don't understand what the barrier is to doing dust control at this point. And that's all I have to say. Is there anything you want to say, Dara? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cutler.
I would just like to thank everyone. It's been a long day for everyone. We got to get to those tacos. I totally agree. But, it is good to see that everyone here is, participating, and I appreciate that. I appreciate your time. And I agree. I'm sorry, I don't recall your name, but the woman that said, this is not about religion. And again, there's a lot of support for religious institutions and the services that they provide in general. This is really about the building and the specific location. And I think that is the right context in which to look at that. So I wanted to share that. The other thing is, I don't want this to be personal, but just while I have a moment of public time, I would like to apologize to Pastor Leela. If you took my written comment back in January as slander, I was going based on statements that were made at the January 27th meeting where you affirmed multiple times that the building size would only be 5,000 square feet, and then a week later the next packet comes out and it was 6,000. I didn't intend that as I can definitely see how that was interpreted that way, and I just want to personally apologize for that. So I'll leave it at that. Look forward to your decision.
Thank you. Okay. At this point, Commissioners, I don't know if we went on to convene in closed session to discuss. Okay.
Yeah, I think we should discuss this in closed session, come back with an answer.
So we'll need a motion to enter closed session.
So moved.
And I think
Motion, we go into closed session to discuss the outcome of this.
do we need to have a specific on the which portion of the Open Meetings Act we're, okay. So we have a motion to go into closed session. Is there a second? I will second the motion. So if we can, Randy, if we can have a roll to go into closed session.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Okay, we will, it's 2:52 PM. We will convene in closed session and then to deliberate, and we will be back hopefully shortly. Thank you all.